Disaster better be careful. He's too big. He is too massive and gets snagged by those land sharks, those Repukins. And now Machinehead one round up against J Disaster and one more round before his first win.
Too big of a target is Gigas. Really struggle with that sidestep tool. And now Machinehead so far trying to poke him out. Alright, what's the mix-up gonna be? Goes for the mid option, and now lower left hand of your screen has 1 meter is Machinehead. Down back 2, not being blocked. Good dog by Machinehead. Follows up with a combo as well. We're not gonna be seeing a wall, but just a bit short though.
Oh boy, the end mills, those heavy hits from Gigas have piled up, but Machinehead gets that combo in. There's the end mill, what a block! And there it is, the down 2 of, oh my goodness, J Disaster just panicking with his combos, but it's still just one poke away. And
Magandang araw sa inyong lahat! Welcome to the National Season 3 Tekken 7 Conference. Ako nga pala si Laika Mea, ang inyong panel host. Hindi ako nawawala ngayon, guys. Andito lang ako sa aking upuan at kasama natin ang napakaanghang na mga lalaki dito. Napakaanghang na mga bata na si Spice, si Potch Spice at si Kid. Nararamdaman ko, matetesta naman ang Tagalog skills ng mga casters natin ngayon. So baybayan nyo yan, guys. Pero ito nga, this is the first day of our group stages. Ang dami nang nangyari, ang dami pang pwedeng mangyari. Kaya medyo kinakabahan ako sa talent predictions natin. Kasi talaga namang hirap na hirap kami doon. Kailangan namin mag-step up para patunayan kay Mika Fabs and kay Eliza Taylor na may ibubuga din kami. Pero for now, let's take a look at the group standings that we have right now. So, kamusta na nga ba ang players natin? Ayan, Poch, what can you say about the player standings on our screen right now?
We have the powerful three here, Jules, Maru, and Machinehead. Something to highlight is that Maru has been consistently at second. Today, he is our featured player, so maybe he can contest Jules for the throne to be number 1. Not too far behind is Hapon and Vermilion, so same usual suspects we see usually in the Nationals, but we have one eagle that is missing though.
Oh, one missing eagle indeed. Pero Kid, ano bang masasabi mo na wala si AK dito sa first part ng ating standings, no? Makikita natin ngayon yung second part ng ating player standings kung saan andun nga ang isa sa mga eagles natin na hindi natin ina-expect na andyan.
Yeah, it really is it really is a surprise to see for all of us that AK is within the bottom of the player standings here. Usually we get to see him at the top, just next to Vermilion, but now he's next to Don Argus, Don Argus and Jason, and he's tied with Jason also, both the Eagles. So this is really scary for AK. So not performing up to par with what we expected, but he may just be waiting in the wings, just waiting for the perfect opportunity to do so.
Baka naman may pakulurin kasi si Coach Dojin, no? Hindi lang natin nakikita pa. And at the end of the day, kung titingnan natin, nakapasok pa rin naman sila dito sa ating group stage. So, marami pang pwedeng mangyari. Pero let's take a look at the players that we're actually missing here. So, very unfortunate na hindi tayo nasamahan ng ilan sa mga new bloods natin dito. Tulad na lang ni BRE Pro Sidestep Lance at ni STIE Olympians Gold Standard. So, dito mo makikita dito sa The Nationals na the competition is both rewarding yet extremely brutal. Wala na akong iba pang masasabi dyan. But, Poch, let's start with you. Ano ba ang masasabi mo sa performance ni Gold Standard dito sa play-ins natin?
Well, with both these two, they really made a big splash and a lot of impact here in the Nationals. From Challenger Series, they already gained so much fans, and this is the journey, like that we're talking about, the journey of Path to Pro. We have to find just one, but I'm sure that Gold Standard and Sidestep Lance have learned a lot from this experience, and I'm sure this is not the last we'll see of them.
For sure naman, marami pa silang matututunan, and naalala ko nagpasalamat din sila na nabigyan naman sila ng opportunity in the first place at natuwa naman tayong panoorin sila. But what about you, kid? What can you say about Sidestep Lance's performance during the play-ins?
Personally, it's a heartbreaking sight to see Sidestep Lance getting grayed out here, knowing how how much of a big ball of energy and positivity he is, and Lee Chaolan, man, Lee Chaolan. You don't get to see that every day, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. Don't worry, kid. You're also a big ball of positivity and energy here. But now we're gonna be moving on to another player na medyo na-mention ko na kanina. Ayan, ito na. It's an Eagles adversity, AK. Tulad nga ng sabi natin kanina, hindi ito yung ine-expect natin. So what do you guys think is going on in the competition here? Kid, we're so used to seeing AK on top, but right now his performance seems to be shaky. So what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think shaky is the perfect word here, like us, because everybody's been stepping up, especially Jules, but we'll get to that in a second. Season 1, Season 2, second all around and very consistent performance with above 60% win rate. For now, AK's got 50%. It's a slow start. AK's been trying out different characters, but we haven't found the perfect one to see just yet.
Wag kang mag-alala, AK. Kasi ako sa caster predictions, 50% din yung score ko. Hindi ka nag-iisa. Pero AK, my money is on you right now, so sana galingan mo talaga today. Para naman tumaas yung score ko. Nahihiya na ako sa kanila eh. Pero na-mention ni Kid si Jules. So let's take a look at how Jules has been performing so far. Ayan! Poch, expanding the arsenal. Ito yung term natin dito sa graphic ni Jules. I see no Jin so far.
Yes.
What can you say about Jules' performance in Season 3?
I would say it's an evolution of how he performed in Season 2, because the Omegas usually are a big presence to be felt in the playoffs, but he was not able. He was a bit shy to go there, and it was just it was heartbreaking to see. But I think they used this time to just hone in their craft, and you see that Jules has indeed expanded the arsenal in his with his other characters. So he was able to understand the holes in his game with Coach Pika and also a Machinehead, and now he is like leading the pack in points.
Grabe. There is no other word for me to describe Jules right now except for evolved. Yun talaga yung term ko to describe Jules. Now, today is gonna be a jam-packed day. I would say na bittersweet siya because this is what we like to call the franchise face-off day. Let's take a look at the schedule, guys. Ayan declared players versus drafted players. Tingnan nyo naman, face-to-face ang mga teammates natin dito. It's gonna be a difficult day. Like, I don't know what to say. Look at the colors. Who has the redder jersey here? Who do you guys think has the redder jersey? Who has the darker red or the deeper red? Pero ayan, franchise face-off. Poch, which match are you looking forward to watching later?
I'm looking forward to the first match, which is Vermilion versus Kunicat, because out of all the drafted players, Kunicat is the newest face. We've seen these guys in Season 1, but Kunicat will be tested by his own teammate. And also, I told us the kid, who will be the ultimate warrior here coming into this match?
For sure.
What about you, kids? Something to look forward in the matches?
Oh, it's definitely going to be the first match of the last match of the first half, which will be between the Omegas, Jules and Machinehead. Machinehead is no stranger to the national stage, although he is considered a draftee here. But both of them have been iron walls, and
100%.
One way or another, they're gonna have to approach each other so they can get things going. So it's really exciting to see how they're gonna adjust according to their playstyle.
I mean, I have to agree with you. We do have a very experimental draft happening here in the Nationals kasi nga, these players came from the draft series, so hindi sila sanay na kalaban or sanay silang kalaban tong mga to, pero syempre being a teammate, medyo iba na yung magiging playstyle mo niyan. And now you're gonna come up against your own teammate na sa kanya ka rin naman natuto in the first place, so it's gonna be very interesting. Now let's take a look at the second half of the schedule today kasi grabe, mainit talaga ang labanan. Ayan no, AK and Jason going up against each other later on. Yan yung magiging huli nating franchise face-off match. Watch, na-mention natin yan kanina. Pero other than that, any interesting match that you can spot on this list?
We have to look at Machinehead versus Don Argus because we have to highlight as well, Don Argus needs those points and he's going up against his teammate as well as Machinehead. He had a good track record going up against Machinehead in the draft series. Let's see if he'll duplicate that because they're facing each other again. So this is the second round of the round robin. So lots of matches to look forward to, but that's one I want to see in the second half.
For sure.
Yan guys. And ako, I would like to see that our predictions come true even just a little bit. Not gonna lie to our viewers, it is very hard. Ganito pala yung pakiramdam kapag tinatanong ko lagi yung casters, ano ba yung predictions niyo for today? Alam ko na yung feeling, pero hindi dahil alam ko, ibig sabihin titigilan ko na kayo. So, expect nyo na lang in the future. I'll still keep asking you. But anyway, let's take a look at the featured match of the day, which is gonna be Hapon versus AK. Now, ayan no, 2013 to 2021, 8 years of tournament matches. That is insane. That is absolutely insane. Now, actually, casters, I was able to talk to both of these players. Humingi ako ng konting mensahe na meron sila para sa isa't isa. Spoiler alert, masyadong mabait si AK, pero alam na natin lahat yun. For Hapon, sabi ni Hapon, nung last time, 2-1 tayo. This time, humanda ka na, matitikman mo ang ganti ng api. Ooh, better get ready, AK. Pero ito nga guys, wholesome message coming ahead. Kuya Haps. Ito, simula pa lang Kuya Haps. Pareho tayong alanganin sa points. Hahaha. Pero gaya nga po ng laging sinasabi ni Kuya Jab sa atin, laban lang.
Wow.
So wholesome.
It's so wholesome. How do you trash talk this guy? Like, how do you do this properly?
Yeah.
AK is too nice.
Yeah, he's too nice. You can't get into his nerves, man. For real.
Maybe it's just good karma, you know. Maybe at the end of the day, it's not about skills. It's just about good karma. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
That was like a ladies and gents. That was like a.
No, I'm just kidding, guys. I'm just kidding. If you take a look at it, both of these players, they have the complete package. They have good attitude and they have the good personality and the skills are there. So, ano naman talaga? Gifted lang talaga. Huwag niyo namang seryosohin yung sinasabi ko. Okay, featured player of the day, guys. Let's take a look at who it's gonna be. It's Maru. So Maru is gonna be facing off Signal Ultra Warriors Vermilion and Happy Feet Emperor's Coffee Prince. Now, before we get a message from our casters over here, I wanna let you guys know kung ano ba ang words of wisdom ng isang featured player na ito. Sabi niya sa akin, Poch rather. And Kid, are you guys ready to hear this?
Yes, let's hear it.
Words of wisdom from Maru. The most advanced thing you can do are the basics consistently.
Ooh.
Mic drop.
Maru lang malakas. Let's go.
But okay, let's start with you, Kid. How do you think Maru is gonna fare against Signal Ultra Warriors Vermilion?
Honestly, Maru's been a featured player since I remember Maru being a featured player like last time when he was up against both the Omegas, right? And now he has to fight Vermilion and Coffee Prince, in which in this case Coffee Prince has beaten both of these guys. So I don't know, it's gonna be an interesting match to see because Coffee Prince has been turning it up lately, but Maru, a bit of a shaky performance here and there, but it's Maru we're talking about. A lot of tricks up his sleeve.
What about you, Poch? Ano ang masasabi mo sa ating wais na featured player of the day.
Maru has this skill of just making people play his play style, but I think that's what happened with Vermilion. But when it was Coffee Prince, he brought out the Brine. I think that took Maru a bit off guard, and that's why Maru is coming into this match with a little vengeance, right? Because Coffee Prince 2-0'd him. So let's see if he'll be able to duplicate that same magic he did with Vermilion, and let's see if he'll change things up going against Coffee Prince.
Yan, gonna be a very interesting day indeed. Ang daming pwedeng mangyari. We've got our franchise face-off, we've got our featured matches, and we've got prayers up for our caster predictions for today. Ay, grabe. Kinakabahan talaga ako dyan, guys, if you haven't already noticed, because I got a 50-50 score last time. But you can't really blame me. These games can go anywhere. It can go in any direction. So, mahirap talaga. And that is gonna be it for our pre-show. Para updated kayo sa happenings dito sa The Nationals, follow us at PH Nationals on Twitter, Instagram, and of course, over here on Facebook. For now, iiwan ko na muna kayo sa ating napakaanghang na mga bata na si Hot Spice and si Kid. See you guys later.
All right, ladies and gents. Again, that was Laika welcoming us there in the pre-show, but the time is now to welcome you all to the National Season 3 Tekken Conference Group Stage. What's up, mga Lodi Cakes? Ako po pala si Kid at kasama ko po si Pot Spice, and we are your commentators. On the last day of play-ins, talagang nakakapagpabagabag ang mga matches na yun, and it led to the eliminations of Sidestep Lance and Gold Standard. Poch, let me know what you think of it.
What an intro, Kid. First of all, congrats. Oh my god. I could replay that over and over again. Yeah, unfortunate that we had to say goodbye to two of the lovable players here, which were Gold Standard and Sidestep Lance. But, you know, we're in the group stage. As we were talking about offline, we're sort of in a reset, that is. But then, you know what, there are some players that are still in the lower bracket. So I'm really excited for these matches to begin. But first, let's check out this video.
Hi, my name is Vermilion and I play for the Signal Ultra Warriors.
And my name is Kunicat. I also play for Signal Ultra Warriors. Super Saiyan Frieza. Yes! Super Saiyan Frieza! Come on! What? Saiyan... Okay. Super Saiyan 3. 3. Come on, dude! I already guessed the first part. Okay. Super Saiyan Attack? Come on.
Ah! Dude, how do you get Super Saiyan right but get the last one wrong? What's going on?
I have no idea. Like, you didn't really do a good job.
Visayan!
You want like...
Visayan!
Oh, Visayan! Ah!
Pa? Ma? Okay. Maan? Mael? Maer? Mahal? Mahal kita? Why does he get the easy ones? What's going on? Hello again, everybody. I'd like to invite you to watch the National Season 3 Tekken 7 Pro League starting May 12, 2021.
Every Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday live at the FB page of the Nationals. This is the Nationals. Ito ang liga ng mga kampiyon.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the Ultra Warriors playing the Mute Challenge. And if you guys want to see the full video of that, just check it out on the Facebook page. I think Vermilion had the word nakakapagaba. I will say it one day. I
One
swear.
day, Podge. I believe in
One
you.
day, one day. But the reason we showed you that video is because they will be the first match against each other. So they're gonna take those frustrations and probably put it against each other. So let's check it out. First, introducing in the red corner. I mean, they're both red corners here. Vermilion here has been bringing out a lot of characters. The Devil Jin has made his presence felt, but as well as the Julia, the Marduk, as well as the Lee, some Kazuya here and there. 54% win rate with a total pick rate of 7.
And one of the strongest draftees here is also his teammate, Kunicat. Kunicat has been performing. Kunicat has performed since day one so well, but then it got up to a really fast start, but then he slowed down eventually. But still, Kunicat's still here in the Nationals Pro League, still participating in the group stages. So I'm pretty excited to see how he fits against his own idol.
And if we look at the standings, it's 5th place versus 7th place. Vermilion with in the 5th spot, Kunicat in the 7th, and also in this new format of the group stage, this is Kunicat's only match. So he has to really make this count. Vermilion will be up against Maru after this match, but he does have to go he has to go against his fellow teammate first, and he's rubbing his hands. He has something ready, kid. I'm not sure what it is. I'm not sure if Kunicat's gonna like it.
Yeah, and the thing about franchise face-off is that these, the teams, they know each other really well.
Exactly.
They know the ins and outs of how they play, what kind of pocket characters they have. So, this is going to be really interesting for Kunicat because we know like 3 of his characters. Kunimitsu, that's Marduk, that's Lee also. 2 of which Vermilion uses, with the exception of the Kunimitsu. For Vermilion, we're not entirely sure. He has pulled out the Devil Jin at one point. He pulled out the Lee, also the Marduk. What else do you think he has, Podge?
He did shock us in season 1 with a Hwarang. He did bring out other characters. He does have that Steve that he brought out against Jules. So there's still a lot of factors. Sobrang daming options niya. And I think Kunicat needs to just stick to his game plan and try to not let that phase him and try to go back to his chaos style of just overwhelming his opponent with mix-up. So we're about to see what characters we're going to see in this opening match. I'm so excited.
Over and over again, Kunicat has been expressing... Kunicat has been expressing that he wants to be in Signal Ultra Warrior so he can be he can team up with Vermilion. And Vermilion with the debut of Jin Kazama and Kunicat with the Jack.
Yeah, and I believe Kunicat's dad mains Jack, so he definitely has a great mentor with him. Vermilion, we've seen his Jin wash those clothes, do the Zen mix-up, so I wonder what kind of Jin we'll be seeing, because he is very efficient and proficient with this character, so I'm really excited.
And in this case, I think Vermilion would have the upper hand here because Jack has a lot of minuses in this case, such as Jackhammer. Jackhammer is actually -7 on block. Down forward 2 on block is -14. Jin Kazama has a lot of options, a lot of perfect punishes that can deal with Jack's minuses. So Kunicat has to be really careful here. Look at that talent picks, 100% going to Vermilion.
Hey, Kunicat has proven a lot of people wrong, and he has defied the odds. So let's see if he'll do that here. And also something to mention, Vermilion has that parry that can be just thrown out. So Kunicat has to be very careful with the approach he puts in. And he's washing the clothes already. Vermilion, nice mid there to push him against the wall, gets the bounce. Vermilion collecting a huge amount of life.
And going for the big boy combo also that only works on bigs. Jackhammer connects. Vermilion, good block on the low, but that is safe, mind you. You gotta low parry that. You gotta have proper reach. The full crouch down back low is safe. Vermilion with the electrics. Kunicat put in rage.
Okay, now Kunicat checking, but look at that Vermilion with the read of that low parry. Collects himself the first round. Pretty dominant, but Kunicat trying to mount this comeback. And he do it.
Ooh, gets the read in immediately. Vermilion telling us why he's in Signal Ultra Warriors. Look at this performance already. We're only in the 2nd round. Switchblade punish. Are we gonna see a balcony break? Yes, we will.
Man, Vermilion has not stepped on the brakes here. Oh, nice interrupt there by Kunicat. Now he's slowly stealing the momentum away. Vermilion again, not skipping a beat here, trying to close out that distance. Look at these stance cancels. He's just trying to bait out some activity from Kunicat, but nice stuck to the launch here for Kunicat.
This is going to be a really difficult situation for Kunicat to be in because we know for a fact that, oh my god, okay, he almost got the full punish in. Jackhammer is connected, 14 seconds left. Vermilion has the life lead. Kunicat has to do something. You cannot let Vermilion do what he wants because he will abuse that, and abuse he shall. Rage Drive, finish it off.
Rage Drive, 2 rounds so far, but Kunicat, you know what, just has to put things together, but not like this. Vermilion with that electric. Now just finds the wall, gets the combo, ends it with the can. Now Vermilion again, is still pushing the aggression, gets the side splat, and it works in his favor.
Oh my goodness, FF4 does boot, and Kunicat abusing full crouch goes already. Vermilion just letting him do what he wants. The Rage Drive has connected, but Vermilion is still alive. Can he come back from this, Kunicat? The defense is strong. Kick, electric wind hook fist to seal the deal. No round brown for Vermilion.
Yikes, that was an intense final seconds there. You saw that Kunicat was abusing those lows, right? And it was working against the wall. Great stuff. But once he got that Rage Drive block, slash kick, and just Vermilion. 3 rounds straight, no round brown. Showing him like, yo, I'm the ultimate warrior here.
Yo, dude. Okay, so there were 2 things that Vermilion was doing there. First of all, the one that we know is the Wavu. We know that he's that kind of guy. He Wavus a lot with characters that have access to a wave dash. But the thing is, Jin has Zen cancel. He Zen cancels into Zen cancels. And mind you guys, Zen stances, they have access to extra moves. That's a stance, right? That's essentially a stance. So the mix-up is also there while he moves. Will he press a button after it or will he not? He's just using it for movement. But the thing is, it's already a mix-up in itself. So Kunicat had so much more to think about rather than just the normal Jin that we see Jules plays, right?
Right, and it just showed that he was overwhelming Kunicat with so much options and just a lot of movement that in hindsight, he was like trying to bait or fake some movement from him, and he was able to capitalize, and he knew that he was leading that dance because we saw Kunicat a bit phase in the first round. He started gaining some momentum in the second and third, but was not able to put it all together. So maybe he just needs to refine it a little more. I'm not sure if he'll stick with the Jack though. Let's see how this one pans out.
Yeah, the Super Saiyan Bisayan really showing us how it's done. But Kunicat switches to another Mishima, which is the grandmother of all, Kazumi.
Yo, it's a lore match.
Yes,
Duomo
it
de
is.
Sirio. So let's see. This is the first time we're seeing Kunikat's, is that Kazumi? Let's say Kunimitsu, because it's just so synonymous. But yeah, the Kazumi, very fundamental. A lot of people are saying if you want to learn the fundamentals of Tekken, you pick up this character. So I'm really excited to see Kunicat on this character to try to stifle the aggression and timing of Vermilion.
Yeah, and this is what I think, right? I think Kunicat wants to shut down Vermilion with the use of fundamentals. He wants to interrupt him with with jabs or 1-1 or down back fours. Everything in his arsenal, everything in Kazumi's arsenal that can stop Vermilion.
That's a good point. Yes. That's actually a solid game plan. So let's see if that can pan out. Because Vermilion can switch it up. He's playing aggressively, but he's still not skipping a beat here. So let's see if Kunicat can try to interrupt him. They're distancing themselves a little too much, but wow, Kunicat gets the magic 4 to start things off.
Shuts him out with the counter hit. Kunicat misses the combo, but the 1-1-2 will connect still. Vermilion is up against that balcony, but he misses the combo. Kunicat with a follow-up drops the combo in, but he does have the life lead.
He does. Oh wow, Vermilion gets the launch here and does have rage. Tries to find the wall and tries to just bait a reaction from Kunicat to get up. Oh, gets another launch. Vermilion, all things are going on his side, does have rage, so Kunicat has to be very careful.
Oh, that's a launch. Oh, Vermilion just misses it. 1-1-2 punish on the crouch dash 1. Kunicat finally on the board.
He was able to just get the momentum away from Vermilion's side, but stature kicks are coming out for Kunicat, but Vermilion scores a counter hit of his own and now introduces him to this wall. No, fails to pick it up, but still, not letting the momentum cease.
And another thing that Kunicat is wanting to utilize here in this matchup is the movement at Kazumi. Jack doesn't have that kind of luxury, but still it looks like it connects the electric wind hook fist. 1 pixel of health left. What can Kunicat do? There's so many things to think about. 30 seconds left. That's an eternity for Kunicat.
It has to mount a huge comeback. Does have rage, so he's waiting on how he's gonna be able to spend it. That's the Tiger follow-up. Vermilion now also in rage. Can wait it out. Oh, Kunicat timed that rage drive so well. Diamond Flash rage drive.
And the thing about that rage drive is that Vermilion was looking out for it. He was so patient, but Kunicat had the perfect timing to just throw it out.
Now we see that Kunicat now just needs to put it together to get 1 point on the board. Vermilion still trying to fish for that launch. Kunicat not allowing it. These are the interrupts we're talking about.
Vermilion follows up to the other side of the stage. That's minus 14. Kunicat with a perfect punish. Okay, with Vermilion at the wall, spends that rage drive immediately and takes it back.
Great utilization of that. We are seeing Vermilion now gain a bit of that timing, that confidence, and that momentum. Kunicat now trying to fish for something big here with those magic boards, just throwing out just in case Vermilion gets a little too aggressive. Kunicat now slowly chipping away, but look at that Vermilion with that hell sweep.
And I love that Vermilion is using the Zen cancels to follow up with the hell sweep because it kind of takes away the animation, making it even more unseeable. So Vermilion, very smart strategies here.
Oh, wow. Just in the middle of that flurry, Vermilion finds the launch here. Oh, the Tiger, just to zone him out. Vermilion can't let Kunicat sit on this rage for too long. He's got to kill and kill quick. That's what he does.
Unfortunately, you can't throw out the Tiger as if it's like a projectile, like Rapuken and Hadouken. It just doesn't work that way. Vermilion pushes to the wall. Kunicat trying to get away from it, but Vermilion getting poked out. What a sidestep!
Yeah, Vermilion showing a lot of great movement, but Kunicat as well, just staying in his space. Want to keep things just a poke fest. Flash punch connects. Vermilion now is in the life deficit.
Vermilion is just outside of rage. Also, Kunicat doesn't want to put him there, but can this combo kill if it reaches the wall? Oh no, it doesn't. Vermilion, just one more hit to do it. Neutral 3. Kunicat throws out the rage drive. Vermilion still has access to his stature kick. Down 3. Kunicat on the board 1-1.
That was way too close. Vermilion again just had that rage drive, but you saw, as you mentioned, kid, Kunicat was just up in his face with just pokes, options, keeping Vermilion in check, not letting his aggression get too out of control. And you saw that he was interrupting with some jabs, some lows. So it was an excellent choice on Kunicat's side to go for the Kazumi. What do you think Vermilion's gonna do now, though? Watch, why do you have to put me in this spot, right? It's difficult. It's honestly really difficult because Vermilion has a lot of characters in his arsenal. We know that. Everybody here knows that. Everybody who knows Vermilion knows that. And, it all just depends on whether or not Vermilion is feeling himself or not, right? If he isn't, he wants to get back up there, use Double Jin, or, maybe bring back Julia. The Julia is there. Yeah, the Julia is. That's actually an interesting choice if he goes with that Julia, because I'm sure Coach Nature Lover has sparred with Kunicat, but I don't know if he has faced Vermilion's Julia. But we're about to witness who he's chosen. Still sticking with the Jin, but going to home court advantage here at the Vermilion Gate. And that's the primary thing. I wanted to point this out earlier. Kunicat, there are many differences between Kazumi and Jack. The most obvious one is the size of the character. You cannot move around apart from backdash when it comes to Jack. The sidestep isn't as good compared to Kazumi because females, right? Female character. There's not many tools also for Jack to stop him in his tracks, apart from the stop sign, which is forward 2. It is also punishable. So this is a really good pick for Kunicat. Yeah, if he's able to continue what he did in the previous round, just interrupt Vermilion and not not be phased by the aggression and the feints that he throws out. It's going to be Kunicat, but I mean, Vermilion is just an ever-evolving, ever-changing player, so it's going to be a tough task ahead for Kunicat.
What a punish by Vermilion, carries to the wall. Also, now Kunicat's in big trouble already. 15 seconds into the game, and he's so close. He gets hit by forward 4. What's it going to be?
Kunicat now enraged, so dangerous with this. So Vermilion realizing it. Nice. Got blocked in the low, but Kunicat was ready with a magic 4 punish. See a twin pistons, and Kunicat now still has that rage and less life.
Vermilion gotta be careful with the approach of Kunicat, because again, Kunicat has so much access to stop sign moves, just stopping you in the tracks. Now Crimson Dawn to finish the round. Vermilion got robbed.
I mean, Kunicat now is in the lead, you could say that. So Vermilion, and now he seems a little stifled, scared of that magic 4, because that magic 4 has been connected. Kunicat again with some lows here, and he has been investing in that, chopping away at the legs and just getting the life lead. But Vermilion not too far behind, because he will get this launch.
Did you see how that electric wind hook fist made the jab crush? That is pretty damn good for Vermilion.
Spectacular performance so far from both these players. Kunicat now close in red, marching him down, but Vermilion with that punish just throws out a 4 there, just a forward 4, and Kunicat, they're both tied in round.
And there it is again, the Zen cancel into the hell sweep. It's such good tech for Vermilion to be doing that, because it makes one of the slowest hell sweeps in the game unseeable. So Vermilion, if he keeps using that, that might spell the death of Kunicat.
Yeah, Kunicat can't take too much of those. Wow, the hook fist lands. Vermilion now gets the wall. He breaks the balcony and continues the combo and pushes. Kunicat, oh my gosh, Magic 4 interrupt.
There it is again. Vermilion is 1 hit away. Snatcher kick is blocked, and the electric rage drive gets interrupted in favor of Kunicat.
Kunicat is making a name for himself right now. He's 1 round away from getting a match over Vermilion, one of the greats here in the Nationals. And fish for that Magic 4, but Vermilion starting to catch on to the timing of it.
That is -1, 1, 3, 2. Vermilion using that also. Look at the spacing for Vermilion now. He knows that he's in trouble. If he lets Kunicat, if he allows himself to be in Kunicat's range, it will, it's not going to be an advantage for him. Forward 4. He's maintaining his distance a lot more.
Whoa, okay. Kunicat was really throwing out those lows, but Vermilion finds an opening. And we're going to see some Kunicat try to fight his way out of this wall situation. Puts Vermilion right, the sidestep and the splat. That's all she wrote. Kunicat 2-1 Vermilion, and my goodness, proving the talents wrong. And Vermilion, yeah, 2-1, but it seemed like he came out with a smile on his face, because it's like, yeah, this is my teammate. Still, you know what? There will be a 1 victor, and that is Kunicat.
And you can see Vermilion scratching his head over there, because he knows di siya papakainin ni Nature Lover mamaya. Because Nature Lover did mention earlier that whoever loses this one will not have dinner. I hope that's not true.
Wow.
Don't starve your own don't starve your own teammates, guys.
That's some crazy methods. But let's check out the highlights. And also, I'm sure that Vermilion will come back from this against Maru. But excellent work with the Jack matchup here by Vermilion, but I really think something to highlight was Kunicat's Kazumi, because I would say that's a force to be reckoned with. I would love to see more of that in the Nationals, to be honest.
And, you know, there goes everyone's prediction ratings, right? 100%, you're just out the window. But yeah,
Exactly.
Kunicat's performance was so good here. He knew how to neutralize Vermilion's offense. It shows just here in game 2.
Yeah, I lost count how many Magic 4s, but you have to highlight also that Vermilion did get a lot of those electric hook fists. He was getting those launches, but it was Kunicat that was winning a lot in the poke department and really just interrupting before Vermilion could find those launches. And we did see that he also ran away with it when he did have rage. So Kunicat always has that comeback factor.
And this is also really good for Kunicat, because 2 points will get him up to the standings and getting him further and further away from the danger zone, or like or gives him a better chance of having a better standing in the playoffs, right? So Congratulations, Kunicat. And now we're gonna move on to our next match, which is going to be BRE Pro's Maru versus Signal Ultra Warriors' Vermilion.
Okay, this match is going to be an intense one because Maru did get a 2-0 against Vermilion, and he wasn't happy about that. He wants to get some vindication, and I do believe he has something prepared. But let's see, because this is Maru. He's known to live real estate free in someone's head when they play. So this was the match. It was quite intense, but it really went in Maru's favor.
Well, why do you guys have to let me see this match? This was the match that, this was the match that Vermilion failed to punish the Rage Art, and he did it with 1-2-2, and then Maru took that round away from him. Just like this one, I think. No, it was the other one, but man, that was such a heartbreaking sight to see. But, Maru, a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Brian Pick has surprised all of us ever since day one.
Right. Yeah, again, he has that style to just like that just makes you play into his hand. And I wonder if he'll bring out the Ana again, because they everyone in the Ultra Warrior household probably watched and rewatched that video of them fighting, and I'm pretty sure they prepared something. So let's check out this video before we continue to that match.
And
Vermilion, sorry.
Yeah, for Vermilion, again, we just saw him earlier. We saw him perform with Jin, and I just wonder what character that he pulls out this time. Does he want revenge against Maru? Does he want to fight 50-50 with 50-50? Because again, the last time that they fought, it was Kazuya versus Ana, and Maru's Ana was so good that I'd actually want to see it again. For what do you think Vermilion's gonna pick, Raj?
I have a feeling he might not go with the Kazuya. I feel like he might go with someone else that might shut down the 50-50s. I'm not quite sure who that's gonna be exactly, but if I look at the history of Vermilion bringing out Kazuya here in the Nationals, it hasn't been that good. So I have a feeling he might retire that and probably go with... personally, I want to see a double Jin.
Oh, I mean, everybody wants to see a double Jin, right? I mean, that's the L special. That's the Vermilion special. And apart from that, Maru does have a Kazumi also. Let's not forget, Kazumi has been the Maru pick ever since conference. Ever since season 1 and season 2 also. It's been Kazumi and Dragunov all day, every day. And let's see if he brings it back here.
Big test for Vermilion now is if he can shake off the cobwebs of that previous match and go up against Maru in a good state. Because after this, Vermilion, this is his last match of the day, and starting off with his teammate and Maru is no easy feat, especially Maru being very consistent in the second place. So I'm sure he did say he has something ready for Maru, but I wonder if it's still that Jin, or what do you think, kid?
You know what? I'd like to go for the guess that, Vermilion will go for Julia. I somehow have that feeling that he'd pick Julia. I don't know. I'm gonna challenge. I'm gonna channel my inner self and speak to Nature Lover here. Nature Lover, will Vermilion pick the Julia?
Oh man, if he does pick that Julia, I'm sure that Nature Lover will be breathing down his neck and just like, you got to do this. You got to win for the Julia Nation out there.
Oh yeah,
and you got to represent. That's gonna be a big task ahead. But Julia has been a very solid pick so far throughout in this season of Tekken, and very in the hands of Vermilion is a very dangerous combination. So if he does pick that Julia, I do think it's gonna be an uphill battle for Maru. I wonder also, when it comes to Maru's side, will he gamble it again with Lady Luck herself, Ana, and go for those 50-50s, or has he tried this a little too many times? Because he did bring out Ana in their meeting in season 2. What do you think?
That's really interesting. And personally, I'd love to see more of that Brian, because we need more Brian representation here. We saw Andrax's Brian, and we can't stop asking for more. So let's see if this is the case. But no Zafina for Vermilion, and Julia goes to the hands of Maru instead.
We've seen Vermilion take out Zafina in, I think it was the playoffs of season 2. Maru did say he was going to cycle through 4 characters, mainly in this season, which are Zafina, Bakamram, Leroy, and this character here, which is Julia. So I'm sure that Vermilion does have some matchup knowledge, for sure, matchup knowledge with Julia, but this is Maru's Julia. So all bets can be off if ever.
70-30 ratio between the talents and in favor of Signal Ultra Warriors Vermilion. Maru, Maru Julia, I don't think we've seen this before. This is probably the first one. Vermilion with the movement again. Look at that.
Yeah, Vermilion seemed ready for that. Opening up with a back 1+2 again. Zafina just so long-limbed and also has excellent movement. Maru's gonna have to try his best to try to catch this character off guard. Now Maru does have the real estate advantage here, trying to push for a wall bounce, but Vermilion's good defense will land. Oh my gosh, the bow and arrow though. As I'm just saying, the defense of Vermilion's letting up.
And the thing about this matchup is that Vermilion knows this very well because his coach is a Julia player himself. So he needs a bit of time to adjust to how Maru plays because they're two different people. But the main question here is, how is Vermilion gonna wave dash with Zafina?
Maybe he's just gonna backdash. He's definitely not gonna try to push the offense because Maru's doing a good job at that. Nice block on that low. Vermilion is leading in life. Oh, good block from the departing the Dreamcatcher. We are seeing Vermilion though just display the excellent backdash of Zafina.
And there it is. The war drums have connected. I'm not sure if that is the real name. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's a launch punish. Oh, that is super unfortunate. Maybe just a bit late. Maru does it again for the fourth time in a row. 2 rounds straight goes to him.
Yeah, the stage, he's really making it work in his advantage and capitalizing on those side splats. Vermilion now starting the round off really well. Yeah, just has to put it together. Maru now with a sizable lead in terms of round and slowly getting a sizable lead in life.
He sidestep into down forward 2. Vermilion follows up with the combo. Is he gonna go for the full damage? No, he goes for the wall carry instead. Wants to bring Maru to that wall. He wants the pressure in. Maru is at half health. 30 seconds in, and they're still trying to find openings, and there it is. But he drops the combo. Gets another opportunity. Oh dear Lord.
My gosh, Maru continues to dominate here, but Vermilion not out of the woods yet. He can still fight his way back, but no, gets the wall bounce, and Maru doesn't continue it, but goes for that low 3 rounds straight, sticks the landing, and gets a 3 rounds straight. Kind of a dicey end there, but it went in favor of Maru.
There have been multiple opportunities for Vermilion to come back from that round, but unfortunately could not get because Maru was 1 step ahead of him. Even though he dropped combos one after another, he still got it in the end. So a bit of a shaky start for Vermilion in game 1. Let's see if he takes it back in game 2. Do you think that we're going to see a character switch here, or will we see a stage select? Maybe, just maybe, an infinite stage combined with the Zafina.
I would say the second. I would agree with you there because Zafina was dominating the spacing game, right? It was just the highlighted moments of Maru there was really capitalizing on the wall situation. So I feel, and those rounds were quite close. It was Maru just coming with that comeback, right?
Yeah.
With that X factor. So maybe just, I think Vermilion, if I put myself in his shoes, the Zafina pick was working. He just needs to space it out more. So probably Infinite Azure or Arctic Snowfall would come out next if he's going to stick with that Zafina. How about, what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I really agree with that because again, Zafina and an infinite stage name a better duo, right? You know, apart from Vermilion and Devil Jin. It's really good. The movement is there, taking advantage of everything in his arsenal, you know, but not as good. But the sidestep isn't as good, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And the thing is, Vermilion is already familiar with this matchup. He knows Julia because his own coach is a Julia. He knows the frames. He knows how things are done. He knows what the setups are all around. It's just a matter of adjusting.
And it's also the minute details that Maru puts in the table. Because, again, as one Julia player isn't the same as the other, and I'm sure that Nature Lovers Julia is not. But wow, going with the Vermilion gates once again. So definitely a lot bigger than Dragon's Nest. So it does give Vermilion that room to breathe. But again, he's facing the wall carry queen, which is Julia.
Here I come.
And let's see if that is going to be the case. Will Maru take this against Vermilion 2-0?
Fate is already
Can
decided.
Vermilion come back from this?
A lot of pressure is on Vermilion's side because this was a match he's seen before, and in this same stage with different cast of characters. Vermilion and Maru now duking it out. But we see that Vermilion is trying to move away from that balcony break. It did a great job there, but Maru still continues that pressure. Nice punish there by Vermilion, though.
War drums have been the main problem for Vermilion since the past game because Maru has perfect, distance. He knows the perfect distance when he can throw out the war drums. And speaking of thrown out, we're at the balcony already, going to see the full combo Vermilion with round 1.
Yeah, Vermilion's starting to catch on to the excellent spacing of Maru for that war drums and that party crasher too. And great choice with this Zafina, just backing away and just making him whiff. And now Vermilion pushing the pressure here and taking Maru into rough waters. Oh, they trade in favor of Vermilion because Maru's back is against that wall.
And I love that you pointed that out much because Maru has to know the distance when he can throw out the war drums because again, that is launch punishable. He can't just throw that out recklessly. Vermilion on the Zafina, the movement, he's gonna make it whiff one way or another.
Ooh, watch out, Vermilion now with some rage. Oh, spends it, gets the rage drive, and now finds the wall in the process. And it kill? It does.
And 2 rounds already for Vermilion. Adjustments have been made. Nature Lover gave him the blessing. You know what? I can't allow you to lose to another Julia apart from me. War drums connects again. Vermilion taken to half out 11 seconds in. Another set of war drums. Please stop bonking.
Wow, oh, goes for that low, almost there. The Nature Lover blessing is almost wearing out. Maru gets 1 round in, but let's see if the cooldown time has been enough. Vermilion has to get this 1 round to continue his dominance against Maru.
Vermilion with the slow adjustments, trying to go for the bow and arrow. What a duck by Vermilion. He is super duper aware here. Are we gonna see a wall? No, very, very far away.
Do you see that Maru is chopping away at the life of Vermilion? Nice duck once again. Vermilion sending Maru a message that I know this character. Don't try that on me. But look at that. Maru still can test with that war drum. Vermilion now interrupting. Down back 1+2. Tries to go for that deceptive kick.
And that's also the thing about Julia, right? Julia has a lot of crouch mix-ups that Vermilion has to look out for, especially with the addition of the war drum. But Vermilion is playing this out very perfectly well. There's only 1 round away, down forward 1. The mid-check takes it against Maru, and he takes it to game 3.
This is great. This is a back and forth. Maru now realizing that, all right, it's a bigger stage. I can't go for those wall carries and the excellent damage of Julia. And you saw that Vermilion was winning in that poke department, just overwhelming. Sobrang daming yung mga pokes he landed. So it was just it just shows that Vermilion was able to adjust from that first round, and also one thing that benefited was that huge stage.
Nakakatakot talagang spacing ni Zafina as a character, and given in the right hands, provided in the right hands, makes it even more scary in the hands of Vermilion also. And Vermilion played that out perfectly well. He did not want to be in Maru's domain, up close and personal. So he just spaced it out, and then do the necessary things until the perfect opportunity. So that was a really good adjustment for Vermilion.
Yeah, medyo shaky start on Vermilion's side because again, I think it really had to do with that stage. So it really just shows. But now, as you mentioned, ball is in Maru's court, and he has so much characters to choose from. Vermilion, though, I think that the Zafina can match up with a lot of what Maru can offer, but then again, I really think it's Maru's play style. That's the big factor here on how he'll be approaching this match. So Vermilion still has to continue that style of just hit and run style, like poke, backdash, wait for a whiff, launch.
Yeah, that's mainly the game plan of Zafina, right? Make as much use as possible with the movement that Zafina has, with the best backdash in the game, and then make your opponents break. make your opponents get your opponents really impatient. So the main question here is, will Maru switch up to a rushdown character in hopes of stopping him from the liberty of movements, or are we just gonna get away from Vermilion Gates?
That's the question, because those are two viable options, because Dragon's Nest really worked in favor of Julia. And then he also has a lot of rushdown characters, and speaking of rushdown and mix-ups, he's going for his... This is just crazy. Maru is going for Vermilion's teammates here. He's going with the Julia because of Nature Lover, and he's going with Kunimitsu, which is Kunicat's character. So this is a big statement by Maru's side. Let's see if Vermilion can adjust to it, because it's safe to say he's probably has some matchup experience with this character against Kunicat.
Yeah, he's letting everyone know that, you know, I'm not scared if your teammates use these characters. I will use them, and I will be different. That's what Maru is telling us right now. Now, I do want to let everyone know that even though Vermilion backdashes away from the full crouch mix-ups, the full crouch down forward 3 will still hit, because it has crazy distance, man. The range.
That's Kunimitsu for you. Okay, goes for those low spins. Maru now in the life lead, and Vermilion can't let Maru off like this, because that warp, that kunai strike is still going to be a threat, and those dash-in mix-ups will definitely be a threat. Goes for the cartwheel. Now Vermilion is back against the wall here. Not much real estate for him to move around in. Has to look for something big, but Maru, nice punish there on those low spins. Vermilion now. Low option gets blocked.
Yep, there was absolutely no reason for Maru to duck there, but you know what? He ducked instead. Really good call by Maru.
Whoa!
Now, he starts things off with an up forward 3, carries to the wall. This is going to be big damage. Look at this spot. Ooh!
So almost half health, but again, Vermilion has to, you know, just weather out this early storm and try to find his openings and pick a shot well. Nice down 3. Follow up, Maru now fighting back and not giving Vermilion any room to breathe. Vermilion trying to interrupt with Zafina's pokes though.
Kunimitsu very, very aggressive with the approach. Now, Vermilion does not have the light lead, so eventually he has to catch up. This is Maru's domain right now. The pokes are coming in, and now he's 2 rounds up. Vermilion showing no signs of life whatsoever in this game.
And Maru taking him in rough waters here, but Vermilion slowly adjusting. Nice whip punish there. And Vermilion going to that huge launch. This could actually be the big momentum shift on Vermilion's side.
And this is one of the main struggles for Kunimitsu, right? Kunimitsu struggles with catching up to the health, and Vermilion hopes to shut Maru down in this game. The down jag just to let him know. And Vermilion, the radar still deep.
Yeah, again, this is the second win he's looking for, right? Now just making Maru be the one to back up. He can't let Kunimitsu off in the distance, because she can come in with those frost slides and those warp strikes. We are seeing him. Oh, nice from that dive kick.
And that was the movement that we were talking about by Zafina, right? Normally, in most characters, they would have blocked that. But Vermilion, with the movement, he used it to his advantage, and he whiff punished it very perfect.
Okay, now we see that Maru trying to just keep Vermilion at bay here. Vermilion fighting for his life out of this wall situation. The movement, the sidestep will be boasted. Maru now gets to the side splat. This is going to be huge.
And the damage coming in from Maru. Also, one more mix-up could do it. What a duck by Maru, and he takes it against Vermilion 2-1. And you can see that he nodded in approval of that. You know, good call, good call.
Yeah, he tried going for that big low, that snake edge, if you would, of Zafina. But Maru saw that coming. Vermilion had to fight against... trying to do the Kunimitsu thing. I'm not sure if he knows it. He's probably called Kunicat and asked, hey, can you teach me that? But yeah, it just shows that... oh, he does know it.
Oh, wait. He did the summoning technique. He did the summoning technique.
That's a forbidden technique. Oh, no. But yeah, it just shows that Maru does have a scary Kunimitsu, and what a bold statement for him to bring that out against Vermilion, whose teammates are known for their Kunimitsu and the Julia. So excellent stuff. So let's see the highlights of that match.
All right. So yeah, in game 1, it was an interesting start for Vermilion. The Julia, he didn't really get to adjust to the Julia in that certain game, but you know, he came back from it in game 2.
He did. Again, I really think the thing to highlight here is the wall carry, as well as how Maru is so creative in finding these situations to capitalize on and keep Vermilion stifled. And Vermilion changing things up, going to Vermilion Gates, a much bigger map, but there are walls, but he was able to capitalize on that. So he just needed that time to adjust to this Julia. But the Kunimitsu at Kinder Gym was a different story.
I was reading a comment here while we were checking out the highlights, right? Feels bad, man. Wala nang dino na mapapagalitan pa. So Vermilion's gonna take some lectures from Nature Lover later on tonight, ladies and gents. Again, this has been a rough start for him because he didn't have any games today. So yeah. Yikes.
He did go away with 2 points. That's the consolation. But again, being a coachy of Nature Lover, I'm sure that there's a lot to improve on. So big shout outs to Vermilion. So give your love to him. But the day goes to Maru. So moving on to our next match, which is Coffee Prince versus Don Argus. I'm so excited for this one. Another franchise face-off match.
The Emperors, Don Argus, I want to talk about him real quick. Don Argus has been hanging by a thread, surviving the play-ins with the skin of his teeth. These guys, the last time they met was in Season 2 on September 17, 2020. I can just imagine what these guys have gone through just to improve.
And also, they were actually representing different teams. Don Argus and the STIA Olympians, Coffee Prince still with the Happy Feet Emperors, but both now wearing the same jersey. So they have faced each other in the past. They have trained with each other, and they are definitely going to be showcasing their skills here. Coffee Prince, again, bit of a rocky and slow start, but he's coming to his own, coming into the Coffee Prince we know and love, being very dominant with his Steve, Leroy, and his Falcon Ram with a 54% win rate.
And that's very, very impressive also. And speaking of impressive, right, we're gonna go see and look at Don Argus with 22 picks on Eliza and 1 pick on Heihachi with a win rate of 35%. Again, Don Argus is just hanging by a thread here. And, with these 2 picks, we might just see a secret pick from Don Argus, because one way or another, he's gonna have to have new tactics here. We see that Jules is in the top of the leaderboards right now, top of the standings, and none of the characters that he's used is Jin. None of that.
That's true. And you could actually attribute that to franchise face-off because, again, these 2 players, I mean, they're teammates, right? They know each other, so you really want to be able to surprise your adversary here because points are very important, especially on the side of Don Argus. Are they talking to each other?
They might.
Wow, again, nothing. They have that Emperor telepathy, ladies and gentlemen. And Don Argus in 10th place, while I think they're playing on. Playing on 2.
Dude, I'm talking to you right now. Just, I'm connecting my other hand to your the other side. In all seriousness, ladies and gents, this is going to be a really good match to see because we've seen a leveled up version of Coffee Prince, a bit straying away from the Steve Fox pick, the pick that we all know and love, and going to the darker side, which is the Falcon Ram and the Leroy, which he's seen more success with.
Yeah, that's true. And this Coffee Prince, this dominant Coffee Prince, is the one that's welcoming Don Argus to the day 1 of the group stage after Don Argus went through hell and high water to get here. And as you mentioned, just hanging by a thread. And he's at the 10th. He's at the 10th spot with, I believe, 10 points. Coffee Prince is sitting at 6th place, so he's sort of in a safe spot because, again, it's 8th onwards that's kind of in the danger zone. So I would say that a lot more pressure is coming on the side of Don Argus. And again, they are teammates, but at the end, we can only crown one champion of Season 3 of the Nationals. So they're really going to leave it all on the line. And I'm still wondering if Don Argus would bring out a different character.
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing also. And our questions will be answered right here, Poch. Is Don Argus going to rack up some more points? Or will his own teammate deny him of that? And there it is, the Don Argus Lydia, the first Lydia that we've seen here in the Pro League.
Oh, wow. Lydia, the Prime Minister, making her presence felt. And I would say this is actually a pretty good pick because Coffee Prince, again, bringing it back to when he fought Kunicat, didn't really know how to deal with these new characters. So he might actually show Coffee Prince something about the character because Coffee Prince wasn't there during the calendar series. And now the talent pick 80% to 20%. Lydia versus Fakumram. Let's go, kid.
Hoping to use the unfamiliarity of the character to his advantage. And look at that talent picks. 80% going to Coffee Prince, Don Argus to 20, but still, anything can still happen. Coffee Prince with the aggression, the oppression. Don Argus is struggling to look for an opening. Coffee Prince's defense is so good, but Don Argus with wall standing too falls up with the combo.
Rising option just came at the right time, goes for the blue sparks here. Lydia is full of them. Coffee Prince obliges him to go to the red. Heaven and Earth. Oh my god, the mix-up for Coffee Prince. That's the first round.
Again, it's quite the struggle. What in the hell? Down 4 block at the start of the game. Don Argus just blocks it, goes for the mix-up combo. What's it going to be? Coffee Prince getting away from the wall. You do not want to be in that situation because, again, Lydia has the tools to splat you even when you're blocking. The guard crush is present.
Yeah, and we see that, Coffee Prince just displaying the options of Fakumram, but look at that again. Don Argus playing opening when
Oh, the down jab to shut him down. Don Argus takes it back. Momentum on either side. Alright, so guys, it looks like Don Argus is pushed to the wall already. What a sidestep. Interrupts Coffee Prince also. The hop kick to interrupt Coffee Prince again. Don Argus has been on fire with this lately. The down jab connects one after another. Down back for Coffee Prince tries to look for an opening, but it's just that Don Argus is not allowing him to do so. Like, look at that Coffee Prince with the struggle. Don Argus is looking so good right now, ladies and gents. Coffee Prince is put in rage. Not rage right now, but the Prime Minister Hell Sweep takes it in that game. Can Don Argus rack up the points that he really needs here? Coffee Prince, though, still trying his best to poke him out. Going for the plus frames. Don Argus with the defense. What a block by him. Are we going to see a wall? Yes, we will. Don Argus takes a lot of damage in. No duck on that second hit. Don Argus is put in rage. One more hit to do it. Rage Art. Is this going to kill him? Yes, it will. Coffee Prince takes it to a final round, ladies and gentlemen. He is not letting up. He's not allowing his own teammate to rack up the points that he so needs. This is so crucial for him. Every single point that he needs, he's got to take it. Back one whip punished by Coffee Prince. Connects it to the wall. We go. Get out. One more hit to do it. Galit na galit. Gustong marakit si Coffee Prince, and he takes game 1.
Wow, again, the performance by Don Argus was just something to highlight there. I apologize because I don't know if anything's going on here, but it's that Don Argus buff that once he starts to get going, things go crazy. And you saw that Coffee Prince just had that comeback factor. The Lydia Storm it performed so well. The Wild Rising options, you saw that Coffee Prince was a little stifled with how to approach this. But then again, he fought fire with fire, aggression with aggression. And Fakumram is known for those mix-ups and those options that you just have to respect, especially in a stage like Hammerhead with the walls being in favor of Fakumram. So excellent stuff, but man, just when you thought I couldn't be more of a fan of Don Argus, he brings out the Lydia. She's a welcome addition in my book in Don Argus's roster of characters.
Oh, for sure. Everyone has been expecting the Lydia, but nobody's been wanting to use that character. No one wants to use the unfamiliarity of the character because there's so much time you need to put into studying said character, right? With Don Argus, in Don Argus's case, he wanted to use that against his own teammate, simply because it's his own teammate. His teammate already knows what to expect.
He hit also the execution barrier for Lydia. she's not one of those characters you just pick up on day one and just master right away. So Don Argus also, I think I've seen some streams where he's just practicing this Lydia, and it shows that he wants to be able to master this up against Coffee Prince. And we know he's the king of executions because he's done so much damage with Eliza. Now having Lydia in his roster of characters can definitely round out his game and definitely threaten the competition that's ahead of him.
So now here we are at the infinite stage. Don Argus wants to make use of that spacing because again, Ram is threatening when it comes to walled stages. Here we go.
Yeah, Don Argus again taking things again more fundamental here, just going for like the infinite stage. But look at that, Coffee Prince tried to go for something big, but found a low parry in the process. Around again, nice block on the rising two. Don Argus now seething red. He needs to time this right. Coffee Prince jabs him out of that rage.
Yeah, shut him down immediately. Don Argus with the parry. That might be his own version of the EXDP, but you know, can it work 100% of the time? That is the question here. Coffee Prince with a plus frame. No duck on that third hit. Don Argus again struggling to look for an opening, but Coffee Prince just outright disrespects him with back one.
Yeah, just interrupting again just when she gets into stance. Don Argus now in rage. Coffee Prince, nice block on the hell sweep. Don Argus can collect some damage here. Goes for the rage art.
And this should seal the deal for him in round 2. Now taking a bit of a breather. He didn't need to rage art, I think. I don't think he needs to rage art because back 3 for the two would have taken it. But you know, he wanted the guarantee.
Exactly, and take that breather, right, just to understand what he did. Oh, and he found a low parry in the early seconds. Don Argus feeling a lot more confident here. And they say that, wow, good pickup, too.
The mix-ups are adding up, and that's the second time around. Don Argus wants to look for even more 1 pixel of health. Coffee Prince cannot come back from that. Don Argus with the momentum.
What a sequence from Don Argus. Now going for those razors. Coffee Prince following it up from that back one. Oh, wow, continues the damage here. Nice block on that overhead here, the overhead elbow. We are seeing Don Argus now. It needs to put one more round together to get this puppy going. Coffee Prince, though, just not wanting to be too aggressive here because he will be punished by Don Argus.
Right, Don Argus is put in rage, and this is where he shines, but no, not really. Coffee Prince with down back for the shin kick.
Yeah, chopping away at the legs there. Wow, okay, a flurry of offense right off the start for Coffee Prince. Don Argus able to block a little bit of that. Oh, tried to go for the punch parry, the block. Ooh, goes for the red tape. And now we see Coffee Prince block the rising option. It's a slugfest, kid. Now they back away from it, and you know what? They just want to stand and brawl.
This is the moment we've all been waiting for. Don Argus, can he take this one out? Down back for the big whiff, crucial for Don Argus. Down for Coffee Prince takes it against Don Argus 2-0, and you can see Don Argus just getting so disappointed with his own performance there. He did not get a single point there, Pot.
Yeah, again, it's the points that matter, right? But in our eyes, in the fans' eyes, that he really gave a performance of a lifetime there against one of the best here. That's Coffee Prince, and using Lydia, a character we don't see at all here in the Pro League, up against one of the best characters, which is Ram. So let's check out the highlights as we see Coffee Prince's handiwork against Don Argus.
And here in Game 1, Don Argus was on a roll, and I mean on a roll, with the interrupts.
He was.
It's just that Coffee Prince just adjusted so perfectly well when he would press and when he shouldn't. And that was the death of Don Argus there in Game 1.
Yeah, he really knew how to play it safe. He didn't want to go for a lot of the play into Lydia's hands with those stance mix-ups and just tried interrupting. But Don Argus did have, I mean, it was so close. Both matches went to final round, but Don Argus was just, you just needed to put it together, right? But Coffee Prince, though, just with Ram is so dangerous.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Coffee Prince, guys. He may be a slow starter, but when you get him going, he will not stop. In outside of the game, but also in game, Coffee Prince, you know, he didn't get as many wins as he wanted, but you know, if you let him perform, he will, especially here against Don Argus. Man,
Yeah, that third round was insane. The way Don Argus was able to keep the momentum going with those stance mix-ups. And then Coffee Prince, again, did not deter him. I really think one of the things to highlight from Coffee Prince is his mental fortitude, right? Just when we thought it was swinging in the favor of Don Argus, the resolve of Coffee Prince showed, and you saw how he was able to stay calm and collected against the political storm that is Lydia. So, great stuff by Coffee Prince.
and another thing about Fakum Ram is that Fakum Ram has so many good low options
Yes.
that it makes you forget about that. There's many mid options for Fakum Ram too. Fakum Ram is such a well-rounded character, has guard breaks, has guard crushes, many power lows, and also good mids, good safe mids at that. So now it's a safe pick for Coffee Prince to go for that. Not knowing what to expect from Don Argus, especially with Lydia pick. But congratulations to Coffee Prince, right? Guys, before we proceed into the next match, which is going to be Maru versus Coffee Prince, we're gonna have to take a little breather right there, shut our eyes a bit. I'm kidding. but yeah, stay tuned, guys. We're gonna be right back.
Nagbabalik na ang The Nationals. Hey guys, what's up? The Nationals Pro League Group Stage Day 1. Talagang mainit-init ang labanan dito because franchise face-off, kids. So far, can you describe this day in one word?
Yeah, it really is one hell of a bakbakan. Hey, got it.
Hey!
So Poch, can you tell us anong nangyari sa nakaraan? Oh, that was wrong. That was wrong grammar. What happened in the past few matches?
I don't know. It was heart-stopping, heartbreaking. But first of all, we just want to mention that this tournament is under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusement Board, and also tune into the Nationals on TV. You can catch the replays of the matches on One Sports Plus via Signal TV a day after at 4 p.m. and watch us just scream our hearts out, because in our next match, we're definitely going to do that because we have Maru up against Coffee Prince.
We saw Coffee Prince just dominate against his own teammate Don Argus, and let's see if it does manage to continue against Maru, ladies and gents.
So yeah, we got to check out the standings because we did see some amazing matches. Maru now in the lead, but Jules still has to have a match. So let's see if Maru can solidify this. Jules, Machinehead are following behind. Coffee Prince was able to secure a higher spot up on not too far behind, but we have to check out the second half of the standings because some players did shake up there.
And speaking of shaking up, it looks like Vermilion and Kunicat are next to each other, as well as the Eagles, ladies and gents. Vermilion has played both of his games today. Kunicat still has another one, if I remember correctly, later on. But yeah, Don Argus looking a bit shaky here. He did not get 2 points earlier, or even just 1 point, and he still has a game later on. My goodness, what do we have to look forward to, Pod?
Well, in this half, we do have this. The Omegas are going to face off each other, as well as Maru versus Coffee Prince. But I do want to pay attention to Don Argus's match with Machinehead opening in the second half, because that's very crucial for him. As you saw, the point differential is 10-14. So all of the matches really count for Don Argus. But we digress because we are going to talk about Maru versus Coffee Prince.
So yeah, here we are, Coffee Prince versus Maru, head-to-head record 12-16 in favor of Coffee Prince, with number of characters used for Maru 7-6. Look at that. Coffee Prince with the Steve Fox as the character right behind him. That's fake. That's fake. That's certainly not the character that we've been seeing from this guy, because the Leroy, the Fakum Ram, been serving him wonders for this guy.
For sure. And this Brian pick also gave him a lot of mileage, because this Brian did 2-0 Maru's Marduk. So Maru coming at this with some vindication. He is coming with some momentum from that match against Vermilion. So can he take that momentum against Coffee Prince? Because he's pretty warmed up with that Fakum Ram.
And also this one, right? Everybody had the predictions onto Maru. Well, at least most of them had the predictions onto Maru, but Coffee Prince with the upset also. Yeah, here we see Maru with a 65% win rate with, let's just write off the characters up front, because we know Maru has a lot more than that.
He does. He might bring out the Anna today. Who knows if he wants to play the guessing game with Coffee Prince. But this is just, I think they only allowed 3 character slots here. So these were the characters most recently used, as well as most dominant. And we do see that the bars there, 63, 71, and 67%. Now the the win rate is 65%. But let's see if that'll change when he goes up against Coffee Prince.
Again, this is really going to be an interesting match, because Coffee Prince has been showing up recently with the Fakum Ram and the Leroy pick. Notice how he only gets to use Steve when he feels like he's only comfortable with a matchup. So he really wants to look for further success with the top tier characters, because admittedly so, Steve isn't as good as both of these guys right next to him.
Yeah, in this tournament as well, with the type of format that we're experiencing, and we have talked about this, that one of the changes that Jules made is expand his arsenal of characters. We did highlight that, but if you look at the top players now, they don't stick to one character. And Coffee Prince was known to just be a Steve main. But now, as you see, does bring out the Leroy, does bring out the Brian, does bring out the Fakumram, and that has been paying dividends for the Emperor known as Coffee Prince.
But there is an argument to be made on that point, Poch, because even you mentioned, right, the people at the top of the standings did not pick their own loyal characters. No.
Yes.
How about AK? AK hasn't been picking one character straight. He's been picking a multitude of characters, but he's at the third to the bottom of the standing.
Yeah, that's true. I think it comes also down to playstyle, because AK is really just known for that one character, and he has been trying to use other ones. The Law, I think, was the most effective one. So I think he's just adjusting to this, and also it's a testament to how everyone has also been leveling up their game and the competition just rising. And only time will tell how AK is going to approach this next match, because we do know him as just Shaheen, but he did bring out the Akuma in later seasons, has brought out now the Geese, has brought out the Law. So we'll see if people caught on to that, or if AK has more tricks up his sleeve, because working in the lab with Dojin, I'm sure he's able to find more characters or more solutions with his current roster of characters.
A multi-character specialist, his own coach. What more could you ask? Right, so we're getting into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this is between BRE Pro's Maru versus Happy Feet Emperor's Coffee Prince, and we're gonna see the picks here. Lydia for Maru, and Coffee Prince with another blondie, Steve.
Okay, so as you mentioned, Coffee Prince bringing out the Steve Fox when he feels comfortable with the match, but I'm sure this was a blind pick, so he didn't know if Maru was going to go for that Lydia. Already faced the Lydia of Don Argus. Now, same character, different play style, so let's see how it'll fare in Dragon's Nest.
Very completely different person already, this Lydia. Coffee Prince, though, trying to work out the aggression. Already working Maru up. Heaven and Earth stands are adding up for Coffee Prince, but not enough. Maru is taking half health. Watch, look at the poke between these guys.
Yeah, it's almost even if you look at it, but I think Coffee Prince is leading by a hair. Now a lot goes for that low, but the rage drive connects. He's gonna get the wall and doesn't even need it. Doesn't even need it. Again, I said
he finishes it. Round one goes to him. Coffee Prince, but struggling to find further and further openings. Full crouch down for a spray from Maru. He's got to be more aware of that if he wants to take this game. And now it's adding up. It's Kunimitsu all over again.
It is, and now we see that Coffee Prince getting some signs of life here. Jabs him out of the power crush. Oh, gets that knee. And Coffee Prince able to get that screw. Finds the wall with the blue spark. Just fails to hit that wall. Coffee Prince now has to time it right, but Maru shuts it down.
Round 3.
The low, just to keep it in check, just to let him know that he's not afraid of getting low parried there. That is super hard to punish. What a duck into the wall standing 2 from Maru. Let me see a wall. Yes, we will. The blue stuff coming out from Maru. Also, look at that.
Ooh, that blue spark's coming out. So Maru really wants to optimize here. Coffee Prince fighting his way out of this really sticky situation. He lets it rip. Maru looking pretty dominant, and with that bow. Shades of Jet Machina there with that bow.
I bow into the key charge. Are you kidding me?
I didn't see that key charge, but man, that is shades of Maru right there with that key charge.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the thing about Lydia, right? Lydia has a string 1, 2, 4, 4. If you just do 1, 2, 4, it has one of the quickest recovery animations of the game that you barely have enough time to launch it or to punish it with your while standing punish. That's one of the many complicated things about Lydia, and I think this is really good for Maru because he's using that unfamiliarity again.
He is, and when he finds some success in it, he's the type of player to keep going back to it until his opponent figures it out or just mix it up just a little bit. You saw that he was able to let it rip against the wall, and he was really able to capitalize on that final round. So the Lydia pick. Definitely different from how he approached the matchup against Don Argus, but then again, Coffee Prince used the Fakumram against Don Argus. So there's a thought there that maybe Coffee Prince will go back to the Fakumram because he had success with it against Lydia.
And it's it's gonna be a question whether or not Coffee Prince will pick the Muay Thai or the Wing Chun, because Leroy
true.
also works in this game.
Oh, yeah.
If Coffee Prince wants to fight fire with fire and fight aggression with aggression, he can. He really can. Because he has access to back two, which is a parry.
Yeah, and also the coffin breaker just to interrupt, like, just get the counter hit, and you hit the nail on the head there. He is going with the Leroy and the Leroy stage as well, so he's going to get that music buff. So again, Maru does know this character, but you know what? Coffee Prince's Leroy is one to be feared and one to not look past. Safe to say that for Lydia, Maru's Lydia.
Oh, for sure. So yeah, we're going with the classic Coffee Prince preset. The black suit. Oh, they're all dressed up here. Let's see, Maru. What are they gonna start with? Whoever gets the momentum here, it's gonna be crucial here in round one.
Oh, wow. Makes Maru whip that option there, and Coffee Prince is the one with the early lead. Goes for the hell sweep. Hits him against the wall again. Got a perfect Coffee Prince. Making a splash here in the first round.
12's range. That wall splat from another island to the next. That's crazy. Anyway, Coffee Prince. Oh, he ducks the first hit of down 3, and he takes it to the other side already. Coffee Prince is in big trouble.
Yeah, Maru wanted to get that splat. Wow, lets it rip. Gets the low option there. But then the coffin breaker finds its mark. Fails to convert it. Maru now letting it rip with these strings. And now just hesitates just a bit to bait out that parry and secures the second round.
This dude doing strings. Maru working out really well. Right, Maru with the mid duck again. Carries to the other side of the stage. Coffee Prince is in for a lot of hurt.
Yeah, Maru looking pretty comfy, looking pretty smooth like butter here. But look at that Coffee Prince getting the chain punches. Nice block on that low. Coffee Prince now wants to put Maru in that blender.
Whoa. He puts Coffee Prince in rage. Seething red. What a duck. What's it going to be? Uses the cane. And he takes it to potential final round.
That was close, actually. Maru could have gotten that one, but then Coffee Prince had the wherewithal to use that cane. And here's that music buff, you guys. What are you fighting for? You see that Maru, again, losing the poke department, but trying to go back at it. The screw gets the wall as well.
Coffee Prince is just looking to interrupt a bit more. Attempts the hell sweep, did not have enough confidence in it. He goes for the rage art. Did he press a button? No, he did not. Coffee Prince takes it to a game 3. The patience from this man.
Coffee Prince on that Leroy is a problem for a lot of these players. That Lydia had some moments, had some shining moments, but man, Coffee Prince was just so ready to just exploit and really utilize the toolkit of Leroy.
And regardless, even if, despite the fact that he lost that game, that was still a pretty good call.
It was close, yeah.
If I was the Leroy, I would have pressed. I would have pressed immediately just to continue on with the pressure. But he knew, Coffee Prince knew when to stop.
Yeah. And it just shows that the patience, even though you see a very aggressive Leroy coming out of Coffee Prince, he knows when to pull the brakes and play more defensively. So the mindset and the awareness is still on Coffee Prince's side. And yeah, it was a good call. I actually thought that Coffee Prince was going to go for that kill and Maru was going to punish him for that. But just it was showing why Coffee Prince is one of the vets here in the Nationals.
Yeah. You know, Pika always taught me, as well as Rap and Ernest, young Rafiki, that one of the best skills for you to ever have in this game is to know when to stop pressing. Know when you have to be patient or not. This is a fighting game. You gotta press buttons to fight. But you also gotta realize when you gotta keep it down. Gotta relax.
For sure, because actually a lot of the moments to highlight most of the, not just the offensive gameplay, but also the defensive, the ducks, the blocks, the punishes. So it's a to and fro. It's the ebbs and flows of the game. Knowing when to stop, knowing when to let your opponent finish what he's going to say. Again, it's like a dance. It's like a conversation, and it's so beautiful to watch. and Coffee Prince just putting that in full display with his Leroy. But now, question is on Maru's side. Who will he be picking? Because again, like I said, he needs to be consistent here. Can he still get that 2-1 against Coffee Prince now?
Yeah, that's that's always the question for everyone else here, especially to those that have a lot of characters in their arsenal. Maru has so many, so many.
I don't have enough fingers to count.
Yeah, there's way too many. He might go for the Ana, he might go for the Mizumi, he might go for Ryan, or the Marduk. No, you can't guess Maru. Maru guesses you.
Just when you think you have all the answers, Maru switches up the question. Still sticking with the Lydia. Going for the Lydia. Not changing characters. He heard us talking. It's like, you know what? Yeah, I got a lot of characters, but I still got that Lydia. Again, if we take it back to that previous round, you know, it was really neck and neck. He just has to just run away with the round and put it all together. Island Paradise now, one of the most gorgeous stages here. You can squint, you can see Sidestep Lance's character at the back.
Yeah,
Sidestep Lance himself.
Rest in peace. Oh man, I would have loved to see more Sidestep Lance, but it is what it is. But anyway, here we are. Maru hopefully gonna pay his respects to Sidestep Lance here in the game, because Lee Chaolan is present, ladies and gentlemen.
That's true. That's how they call it. Excellent performance, but wow, excellent rising punish there by Coffee Prince. Introduces Maru to this wall.
Prince, though, we know how much pressure Leroy can do with the wall. Here we go. Oh no way! What in the hell?
Like this?
No!
Oh, good Lord, Maru able to just pick up the pieces from that scramble. That was quite the situation, kid.
That was a roller coaster of emotions that we've gone through in the last 3 seconds. That was amazing.
Can't speak fast enough, but yeah, we gotta check out the highlights here. But Coffee Prince now with a sizable lead. Maru going for that red tape once again. Oh, gets the parry. Now we see Coffee Prince in the red.
And the strings again from Maru with the bow, just to let him know. Maru looking real strong here. The hop kick out of nowhere. And a carry to the other side of the stage. Coffee Prince close to that breakable balcony. You do not want to be in that situation, good sir.
Yeah, he does not want to play Maru's games any longer. Nice break up there. But Maru again hitting him with that red tape. Coffee Prince is in a dangerous situation. Maru with that punish. Again, so dominant. 3 straight rounds. I think it was the Lee Chaolan buff. Lee was watching. Was able to bring that excellent performance to his team. So Maru taking it 2-1.
Yeah, this just letting us know this one's for you, Sidestep Lance. That was a 3-1 or a no round brown. I'm not entirely sure.
That was a no round brown, dude.
Oh yeah, that was a no round brown. Very impressive performance for Maru here, ladies and gentlemen. And that the final few seconds of that game, we saw how important movement here is.
Right.
Because the Kane has outstanding range.
Yeah,
it's
does.
really long. But Maru
I can hit you all the way over there, dude, with this game.
Oh yeah. Maru backdashed out of it and then dashed in just to be in range again. That was so good. And we'll see that in the highlights just to see how well done that was.
Yeah, and a moment I want to relive was that scramble, but here, Dragon's Nest, it was really neck and neck. Maru and Coffee Prince going back and forth here, but it was really Maru's Lydia, I believe, that kind of, I would say, took Coffee Prince a little off guard here, especially with how he was playing it, mixing them up, finishing those strings, as you mentioned, the 1-2-4, and then getting the splat. But the Leroy was a different story, and the stage god said, you know what, you're going to get that Dragon's Nest stage because you picked the Leroy.
Yeah, he about to get that work too.
Exactly.
You know, Coffee Prince again, showing a lot of success with the Leroy, but you know, even though you pick top tier characters, if people know how to deal with you, they will beat you, and that's exactly what Maru did. Very good day for Maru, ladies and gents.
Ooh, and this was the excellent patience from Coffee Prince going for the Twin Dragons there. And this, I believe, I hope we get to see that sequence in the second round where it was just a scramble here, waiting for the rage drive. Oh, he goes underneath her, and Maru able to capitalize, and just excellent stuff. And this was just a masterclass of how to use Lydia. and time things well. Goes for the strings. You know, Coffee Prince got all tangled up in that. One more would do it. This is what you were talking about.
Yeah,
Dang.
the triple backdash and then dashed right back into his own range just to finish him. Again, guys, movement is important in this game. And speaking of movement, we're going to move into the other match, which is going to be a battle between the Iron Wall, Smart Omega, Jules versus Machinehead.
Oh, guys, if this is going to be a defensive masterclass, so please take out your pens and papers because class is in session. Jules and Machinehead are leading this class, but again, who knows? They might actually go ham here and just throw each other off guard because they are teammates. But again, they have faced each other in the past. Machinehead was an Ultra Warrior while Jules was still that Omega. We see here that the Jin and the Geese did come out, but I have a feeling that Jin is benched for the time being. And you know what? Jules might actually make it 12 characters instead of 11 in his arsenal.
Oh, that is so true. Machinehead also has that Alisa in his arsenal now, so you know things might completely change. But you know, I'm the biggest question here is how is Jules gonna switch up his own playstyle? Will he remain as the Iron Wall, or is he gonna get out of that wall and fight the battle himself?
Ooh, that's true. He might change that shield for a spear or a sword going up against Machinehead. It's hard to say because both these players are defensively sound players, if you would. So again, if it's just if it's just both defense, someone's gonna have to throw the first strike, and someone's definitely gonna have to lead in the aggression. Could be any of these two players because they have been evolving. Machinehead now, the Geese, Alisa, Fakamram, but he also has that Akuma and other characters. So trust that he will, you know, just bring those out. Maybe. Just
yeah,
maybe.
and this is really stressful to think about if you're a defensive player. If you have to fight another defensive player, it's gonna be a battle between who breaks, whose water overflows from the cup. Because, you know, one way or another, you're gonna have to get a few hits in. You're gonna have to empty the health bar of this one guy just to win that round. That amount of information, just to think, you're gonna overthink. How am I gonna do this? How am I gonna fight this guy if he's playing so defensively? One way or another, these guys are gonna have to go aggressive.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see that happen because it could be either one of these guys. And again, going up fighting, if you're very defensive, you're waiting for your opponent to just be that, present to you some aggression just so you can punish it accordingly. And you see here, the waves are coming out, you know, at the Omegas. Machinehead being the top one drafted player, and Omega really bet their cards right with that Machinehead because he is in the top 3 standings. Both of them are contesting to be number 1, but Maru, I think, is sitting comfortably in the leaderboards. But again, Jules and Machinehead have a long day ahead.
Yeah, the top performing draftee is Machinehead, and going up against his senpai, Jules. And I can't wait to see it. You know, even though Machinehead's been a veteran here in the national stage, he did disappear for a while. Who knows what kind of training he did in the hyperbolic time chamber.
That is Camp Omega, exactly. But then he's going up against, wow, both characters? I didn't know. Well, Jules with that Leroy, we have seen shades of that in Season 2, but Machinehead with the Zafina. And when you talk about defense, you gotta talk about Zafina's excellent movement.
Oh yeah, and I was talking to Jik about this. I was talking to Jik about this, right? If a defensive player like Machinehead uses a movement-based character like Alisa or Zafina, it could be a really scary person to deal with. Because you've already got good defense, but then you've also combined in good movement. How are you supposed to deal with that? And the answer is Leroy. We're gonna get into the match. We're gonna see that real quick later on. But you know, let me get your input on this one.
Yeah, like Jik mentioned, if you give a defensive player like wheels or tools to move around the stage in, that's scary because not only does he block, but he can just evade you. And as you mentioned before, Zafina having the best sidesteps, and also Zafina being used by the arguably one of the best, if not the best Tekken player today, Arslan Ash. So it just shows that this character was built for players like Machinehead. But as you mentioned, you're bringing in a defensive player, but then Jules going the full offense. You're going with the Leroy, even though Leroy does have some defensive options with those parries. Leroy, a lot of Leroy success is seen when you play him sort of aggressively and play to his hermit mix-ups, and you just threaten them with that 1-inch punch, the back 1+2. And we have seen a lot of success on Jules' side with that Leroy. So I have a feeling that Jules has thought this match through, and I have a feeling this is a counter to Zafina.
And continuing on with Machinehead's arsenal, right? He has two characters. He has two characters currently. He has Elisa, which has really good movement in generals, especially the sidestep and backdash. And then he has Zafina, one of the best backdashes in the game, if not the best backdash, but not as good sidestep. Machinehead has access to both characters, knows how to use both characters at a high level. It could spell disaster for Jules if he doesn't know how to adjust that. But what am I even talking about, right? Jules not knowing how to handle that type of playstyle? He is that playstyle.
Exactly. But you know what? A lot of players do struggle with that mirror match, so Machinehead can give him that rough time. And we know the cast the characters going to Brimstone and Fire. I really think Jules has really evolved. So this is a big test for him to be able to crack one of the most defensively sound players, because he did pretty well going up against Hapon, and he used Paul Phoenix. So a really big one of those characters that just screams aggression. Now with the Leroy, also screams aggression, but also has the parries when he needs it.
70-30 ratio in favor of Jules, ladies and gents. So they have a lot more faith on the veteran.
Yeah, and the veteran now going for those hermit mix-ups. Nice movement. We see that Jules is slightly dominating in terms of the life, but Machinehead obliging to just take things in his playing field. Wow, goes for the launch here. Machinehead looking pretty strong.
And this is also no unfamiliar place for Jules, because Pika himself is a Zafina player.
Whoa! You mentioned that, the orbital lands flush. Now Machinehead is on the eating end of that stampeding dragon. Jules scores the first round.
Here we go, Jules going on, wants to continue that momentum, but while standing 1-2, Machinehead follows up with the combo, wants that momentum back. The parries also coming in from Jules. Here we go, Machinehead looking for an opening right now, trying to go on the defensive, the offensive.
Yeah, you just gotta love Machinehead's backdash. It really just canceling the options of the 1-inch punch. But now Machinehead is back. His back is against the wall, and Jules trying to have a field day against him. Just trying to poke him out, not going for anything too risky, but Machinehead jabbing him out. Nice parries, the cursed claw, and Jules maintains his dominance here in the second round. Going around number 3 though.
Oh my goodness, the back 3 follows up with the combo. Very good whiff punishing from Jules. The iron wall is being observed here, ladies and gents. It's such a good showing from Jules already. Machinehead looking like he's struggling just a bit. Jules is shutting him down perfectly well here.
He is, and he also has that comeback factor. Even though Machinehead is leading, we do see that Jules has that potential to just steal the round. Now Jules just working on something, but Machinehead able to gain that third round. So really important round for Machinehead. Oh, gets the grab. Walang kalas.
Wow, there we go. Jules with down 3-2. Machinehead getting pushed to that wall. The pressure will be on. You gotta stop Jules before he gets going.
Yeah, this wall is starting to become real smothering. The walls are closing in on Machinehead. It's getting dark, kid. Can Machinehead fight his way out of it? Jules with a well-placed orbital!
Alright, and this should be his round. The game for his taking. And game 1 goes to Jules again. Even though he's playing Leroy, even though he's more on the offensive side of things, he is showing everyone that he is still the OG Iron Wall.
Can I just say that he's a defensive player playing offensively because he was very calculated. He was very measured with how he approached the and look at that, just smiling. Like you gotta love to see it happen, right? When Jules from game faced and then he just breaks into a smile. But man, he does have to keep that game face going because Machinehead now has the option of changing characters. So he did get a little bit of a read on that Leroy. So we're gonna see how he's gonna be able to answer that.
Now, my big question here is if Machinehead switches to Alisa, because he does have an Alisa, can Leroy parry the chainsaws?
He can. He can.
He
How insane is
can.
that, right? He can.
That's
It's
crazy.
Yeah, just.
Wow.
I need
It
to learn
feels like
Wing
Wang
Chun,
all
my
over
guy.
again,
Like
right?
seriously.
It feels like Wang Jinrei all over again.
You just need the waning moon, and it's Wang, right? Again, he's quite the character. But we're heading straight into the next match, so I wonder if he is bringing out the Elisa or just sticking with the Zafina, because just like Vermilion, going with an infinite stage, not Vermilion Gate, but going with an infinite stage to freely roam around and boast the excellent movement of Zafina.
But this also benefits Jules heavily because he is the Iron Wall. Once he
That's
gets
true.
that life lead, he runs away with it.
Your
If he
Yeah.
makes
fate is
Zafina
already
catch up with your
decided.
own health, it's gonna be really difficult for Machinehead, especially going up against Jules.
And a testament to that is I was able to talk to him before, and he does like the strategy of making the timer work in his favor and for it to work against his opponent. So once he sits on that lead and doesn't want to overextend himself, right now we're seeing the same of the previous round. Machinehead in the deficit of life.
He knows just when to stop pressing, knows when to duck some strings, and Jules is doing that now. Sidestep down forward to Machinehead. Could this be the momentum that he needs? He still has a lot to do. He still has a lot of patching up to do. He does have Rage. No parry from Jules. Jules is outside of Rage, and he blocks the low.
Wow, that low again. It's a big gamble. We did see Maru block that, and Jules as well. So Machinehead really needs to kick it into another gear here just to take the fight to Jules, and that's what he's doing right there. Jules with some jabs just to stop the oppression of Machinehead, but will it be enough?
Again, we can see the backdashes coming in from Machinehead. The parry again from Jules. He is not allowing Machinehead to do whatever he wants. There is no freedom for Machinehead here whatsoever. The Iron Wall is smothering the machine.
Oh my gosh, Rage against the Machinehead. Jules with 3 and 3 with those orbitals. I don't think we've seen a blocked orbital yet. So Machinehead starting this third round off real strong. Needs to be able to carry this offense for 3 rounds because he cannot afford to drop one more round. But as I say that, the coffin breaker finds its mark.
Very good choice. Good block by Machinehead. But still, it's kind of a struggle to look for an opening for Jules now. Both players are at half health. Down 2. What a duck. What a call. Could this be the end for Machinehead? We'll find out in just a bit. There it is. 2-0 in favor of Jules. Machinehead. That is the very first time I've ever seen him get dominated like that by his very own teammate.
Yeah, Jules again, stoic as ever, still displaying that Iron Wall mentality and just made sure that the walls were closing in on Machinehead, just smothering him with all the options of Leroy. So it was quite the uphill battle. And we do see that, at the end of the day, they're still teammates. But man, Jules moves on with 3 points. Again, that's the most I've seen Machinehead struggle, as you pointed out, kid. Because usually Machinehead really takes things to the limit and just tries to fight. But that was so dominant by Jules. So let's check out the highlights of that amazing performance.
For sure. And, Jules definitely showing us why he's the OG Iron Wall here. Machinehead's still a junior on that department. We see how Jules incorporates aggression with his defense, and nobody else does it better.
Look at that, the parry from the Cursed Claw. Jules just is so confident in his defense, and we didn't really see him risk that much. He knew when to hit those orbitals. It's like I'm watching this match again. It's insane. When he's just landing those orbitals, well placed, well timed by Jules.
again, and also we were talking about this stage pick, right? This benefited Jules not only for
Did,
Machine
it really
Head.
did.
Machine Head didn't even get to backdash as much as he wanted because Jules had the life lead. Machine Head eventually had to catch up to the health lead. And, you know, Jules shut him down eventually.
Yeah, even though the stage was a great pick on Zafina's side, you got to look at the player that is Jules, right? He was able to really also backdash away, run away with the lead when he had to, and Machine had to really chase him down, and Jules punished him for that. So Jules going away with 3 points and probably on his way to probably secure his spot in the top of the leaderboards and keep Maru at second place.
And with that being said, there is going to be a second half later on coming, you guys. So make sure you stay tuned, you stick around, because our matches in the second half will include the LPE boys, AK, as well as Hapon. And, you know, I'm pretty sure you guys can't wait for that, guys.
Yeah, so again, thank you guys for joining us here in the first half of the Nationals Pro League group stage, day number 1. More Nationals action when we return, but right now we're going to take a very short break. Stay tuned. More of the Nationals when we come back.
Sampung manlalaro na lang ang natira dito sa group stage ng the Nationals Pro League Tekken 7 Conference. Crunch time na ngayon para sa mga pro players natin. Will Smart Omega's Jules continue his dominance? Can LPE AK survive the group stages? Sobrang daming questions that need answering. My name is Dr. Jimmy, and with me is Ernest Young Rafiki Buzon. How are you, man?
What's up, Doc? It's been a great day, especially since we started off with such amazing matches and we ended the first half with a very beautiful show of what Tekken defense should look like. Ooh. With Jules and Machinehead just fighting it out. But before we even continue more, let's just remind everyone that this tournament is under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusement Board. And let's check out the schedule for our second half right now.
And what a schedule we have. We only have 4 games to close things out. Of course, 9 games per day. First up, Machinehead with his second match going up against Happy Feet Emperors Don Argus, and the franchise face-off for Laos Playbook Esports AK and Jason.
And of course, STIE Olympians Hapon has a great closer with Machinehead, Smart Omega's Machinehead being his opponent, and last but not least, Lost Auto Group Playbook Esports AK as his last one, and they're gonna end the day with that. And those are gonna be a bunch of exciting matches.
I'm especially looking forward to the franchise face-off between AK and Jason because tied sila in terms of standing, if I'm not mistaken. Both of them have 14 points. And that will really determine who goes above, because I think Jason only has 1 game today.
Yes, indeed. And let's check out the standings right now to see what we have in store for us. As you can see, Jules has 24 points with an 18-8 record, while BRE Maru with a 21-11 record also has 24 points up his sleeve. Happy Feet Emperor's Coffee Prince with 20, Smart Omega's Machinehead with 19, and STIE Olympians Hapon with 18.
Wow, even though Maru and Jules have equal scores, I think Jules has been more efficient. Going on, we have Vermilion with a 15-15 loss record, 18 points, and his teammate Kunicat has caught up. Isang point lang ang nag-separate sa kanila. Followed by the Playbook Laos boys, AK and Jason with both 14 points apiece, and Don Argus from Happy Feet Emperors with 10. So those 3, right? We have to watch out for them as the days go on. Again, similar to our play-ins, the group stage is also 5 days.
And speaking of points that matter, the next match will matter for one of the players here, especially for one of the players here, as Smart Omega's Machinehead faces off against Happy Feet Emperors Don Argus. Both of them just came off of such close matches, actually, against their own teammates, if I remember correctly. And now the head-to-head record shows that 6-2 in favor of Machinehead. And of course, the 4 characters of Machinehead versus Don Argus's Heihachi and Eliza, but he just pulled out the Lydia recently.
Oh yeah, the Lydia was quite impressive from Don Argus. The last time these two faced up was during the play-ins. And also I'd like to bring this up, during the draft series, it was Don Argus who put Machinehead into loser's bracket, if I'm not mistaken. And if you follow Don Argus on social media, you would have seen his video where he was so happy. He said, "No, natalo ko si A-King! Oh my God!"
Natalo ko si A-King!
That was really hype. You know, you can tell how much Don Argus puts work into this. And speaking of work, Machinehead, the number 1 draft pick, going all out this season. He's back and he's better. Probably, better than ever.
Absolutely much better than ever. And a billion characters up his sleeve. We've hardly seen the Geese because he also has his Elisa, his Fakumram, he has an Akuma, he even has a Gigas every now and then if you want to put that into consideration. And just recently he pulled out a Zafina. And up against somebody like Don Argus who just sticks with Elisa most of the time and had a Heihachi pick just recently, we were so surprised when he pulled out that Lydia, and I personally would want to see more, but we don't know what goes through the heads of these players once they go at it.
I mean, Don Argus is probably giving the pro team more to do. They will have to add the graphic of Lydia here in the future. But yeah, you can never really count out Don Argus. He's one of those players who really reaches in. I remember before he had this tournament somewhere in Marikina, and sabi ng wife niya, if you don't come home with any prize money, I'm not gonna let you in. And he got second place in that tournament. So we need more pressure from his wife.
And there's a lot at stake here for Don Argus, especially considering the fact that he is at the bottom of the standings. That doesn't take away the fact that he's a proficient player, but right now it is gonna have to be like all brakes are gone. You have to cut off the brakes. You're always on the gas pedal. Every single match that you have is the most important match that you have, because we saw that against Coffee Prince in his previous match today. He was just going all out and really kept it close. I mean, two rounds each every single time. The Coffee Prince prevailed in the end. But this time against someone like Machinehead, who is a defensive monster, against Don Argus's traditionally more, how do I describe it, rabies playstyle, it becomes a very stark contrast to what you're gonna expect from Don Argus now. Let's see if he has something more than just that.
I mean, Machine is gonna have to bring out the anti-rabies vaccine from the barangay hall or something. But he is bringing out the geese, while Don Argus is coming out to the Heihachi, looking to add at least a win on the side of Heihachi. He wants to have probably a 50% win rate next to Heihachi's name. But this is quite a challenge for him. And David versus Goliath if you look at the picks.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now it seems like it's gonna be the group stage in favor of Machinehead. Pero nakita naman natin before na Don Argus did beat Machinehead. He did beat Machinehead using the Heihachi pick, and now he's gonna replicate that success now using this pick. But right now Machinehead pulling out his known main, which is Geese, which is gonna be a little tricky here for Don Argus. But right now Machinehead is not getting any turn whatsoever. Immediate electric from Don Argus though.
Don Argus making sure that he gets all of his hits in, but wow! No! Stop. I will not let you get anything going. Don Argus absolutely controlling that round. And interesting, if you remember, when last these two met, Machinehead did, during the challengers, during the draft series, it was Heihachi versus Akuma.
And this time he's pulling out his other 2D, his main 2D, which is the Geese. And nakita niyo naman na Don Argus is fully aware of like the tools of Machinehead's Geese. At binawi ni Papa yung yung turn niya. And at the same time, Don Argus now is at the red side. Machinehead is gonna have to chip away at this.
Yeah, I love the adjustments coming from Machinehead. He's not allowing Don Argus to take control, which means Don Argus is more likely to commit mistakes like that to give Machinehead the opportunity to close out the round. So let's see if Don Argus can take control back from Machinehead. That's going to be really tough here, because we're seeing a more compact playstyle now from Machinehead, barely throwing any moves out.
And oh my goodness, Don Argus trying to space himself out, but he has a life deficit. He needs to find a way for Machinehead to open up, but instead Machinehead opens him up. An inopportune time for the parry, and Don Argus is now at rage once again. The jump in gets anti-aired. What's it gonna be, Don Argus? Hunting Hawk though.
Right, and the 1-1-2 is going to close it out for Machinehead. Their beautiful sidestep from him, able to avoid the Don Argus offense. And finally catches an electric wind God Fist, going to push him all the way to the wall. Not gonna get the complete combo. Tsunami kick while rising 4, finding it, but the back turn. Is it going to be a re-wall? One more
It's
wall.
a re-wall? Oh my goodness. Okay, Don Argus trying to steal that turn again. Trying to back off. The double back 3+4 being used. Hunting Hawk from a jump away from Machinehead. Oh my goodness. Don Argus with the wall splat after that 1-1-2. Only Heihachi. That's punishable. Goodbye, Don Argus!
The pangkabuhayan back 3-2 gets ruined by the wall, and we're now tied at 2 rounds apiece. Wow, Don Argus with he almost got back turn victimized right there, but here we go. Electric Wing Godfist again finds the mark, getting more damage up against the wall, and now backing off here. Machinehead is going to have to play a little catch up.
Oh my god, Don Argus just really utilizing that sidestep against the Ripuken and capitalized on it with that electric And now it seems like Don Argus has the life lead. He's gonna have to keep Machine Head away, or else that life bar, I mean, is gonna disappear. But just as I say that, the low parry comes out, and the wall we go. This might be dead.
Oh, Don Argus with that clutch Kunicat low parry and the optimal combo takes game number 1 and a really close game 1. It looks like Don Argus is really building on his Heihachi momentum against Machine Head. That was so impressive.
That is what you want to see if you're a Don Argus fan. The man is fired up, but he knows job's not done. And Machine Head still has a bunch of tricks up his sleeve. He might pull out the Zafina. He might go for the stage change, go straight to Howard Estate. We might see him go to something smaller like a Dragon's Nest. Pull out the Akuma. Pull out the Alisa. Anything can happen from here. But Don Argus now has the first game momentum.
And this is one of those times where we would hear the word analysis paralysis. Will Machine Head fall victim to that? Will he encounter a bug in his decision making? Because this is tough. I mean, honestly, his geese did pretty well against Don Argus's Heihachi. He only had a couple of lapses, as you mentioned, the sidestep electric wind Godfist's punish on the Patingkalye. I had to say it, right? He did capitalize on a bunch of back turns, but Don Argus did get him back with his own version of the sidestep into full combo into wall. So honestly, Machine Head is really gonna have to close the opportunities for Don Argus. I think his geese is perfectly fine. I think he just needs some minor adjustments, but who knows?
Then we might see a stage change. If that is going to be the case, it most likely should be a stage change. We're probably going to see, what do you call this? The Howard Estate, simply because of the fact Sumo walls, maximum damage. You have so much options as geese to really just absolutely decimate a life bar. Pero yung problema din is the fact that Heihachi also has that, and we all know that Jim loves Howard Estate too.
Yeah, and he has actually evolved from picking Howard Estate. From picking Kinder Jim, moving to Howard Estate. So you can see the evolution. I think evolution has been, my theme for this season of the Nationals. Not only has the Nationals evolved, but the players as well have evolved. And there it is, Machine Head sticking to geese. And like you said, we're going to Howard Estate, his home court.
And here we go straight to Howard Estate. This is gonna be big for both of these players. Anyone who could control the Fusuma side will have so much mental advantage over the other, simply because of the fear of the Fusuma wall breaking. And immediately Don Argus starts off with a neutral hockey, thinking Machine Head was gonna press a button.
And that's the mind games that are really coming into play now. But both these players have played so much this entire national season. They're developing, their reads. But unfortunately, that didn't work out for Don Argus there, and he's now facing the life deficit, but looking to catch up here. Good blocks and nice little punish from Machine Head. Argus responds right away, and positioning, I think, is really key on this stage, and Machine Head doesn't probably like his position right now, because far behind him is the Fusuma wall. He's positioned himself way better now.
Immediately, and Argus not letting go of these grabs, and Machine Head, amazing defense once again. He did go for that step guard, but immediately Don Argus catches him off of an unfortunate... Oh, it's not a reset! Yes, it is! Let's go, Don Argus! One more hit, and he gets it!
Wow, what a sequence from Don Argus. The confidence, the ability that he has shown right there, jumping over the Patingkalye. That is how you handle fireballs. You jump over them. But Machine Head now with the max mode combo, going to get maximum wall damage right here.
Look at that health bar absolutely disappear. It looks like Don Argus is gonna have to think about the next round already, considering how quick Machine Head went that. But the low parry gives him hope, and this might be a comeback coming soon, unless there's a Ripukin in the way.
Comebacks are gonna be quite difficult here. Someone as solid and defensive as Machine Head. There you go. Holds on and finishes him off one round apiece. And catches the float early on, going to get nice damage here. Consider it bonus damage because he just threw out a jab. But here comes Don Argus, so he has Machine Head up against that Fusuma wall, and you see Machine Head desperately trying to position himself out. Oh!
Oh, Argus tried to go for the parry, but Machine Head was fully aware and went for the sidestep 3 instead. And there it is! The parry coming out, and Don Argus is gonna put Machine Head into a bad position, but not entirely by the Fusuma wall. Both health bars are equal. No punish here from Don Argus, a little too far. There's the Hashi, down back 2 again! And that is gonna be Don Argus taking the 3rd round, and he is close to getting a 2-0 against Machine Head.
Looking to defy the odds here. Machine Head gonna have to step up if he doesn't want to lose this, but Don Argus looking to score 3 huge points. He has to close it out now. The wall bounce coming from Machine Head. Nice throw there. Going to get a lot more damage. Machine Head looking in control of this round.
Oh my goodness, power bomb. There's gonna be the switch. It puts him by the wall, but no. This is what Machine Head wanted. He stole that turn immediately. And Don Argus is gonna have to go to round 5. Machine Head about to force a game 3, but Don Argus is gonna have to bite on.
Looking to bite on indeed, but can he? Is he gonna bite off more than he can chew here? Early life lead for him, but now up against this Fusuma wall, trying to get out, laughing in the face of danger is Don Argus. Godfist gets blocked. Oh, the trade here, but not going to get anything out of it. And Machine Head now looking to tie things up in life.
The defense is insane for Machine Head, and Don Argus is looking for these openings as much as possible. But once again, double back 3+4 being used. The knee being thrown out, down jab afterwards. Don Argus really looking for space, trying to prevent Machine Head from doing anything because he knows meter is available, but there's the whiff, but the punish is just a 1-1-2.
Right, and you see Machine Head now fishing for that pangkabuhayan back 3-2, but no, it's a headbutt for his problems. Oh! Max mode activation, here comes the mix-up, gonna get the one.
Oh my god! That was a nutty sequence. Don Argus had the right punish at that heavy Jaken, and immediately it did not phase Machine Head, and we just went to such a nutty sequence of moves being thrown out. And because there was meter, if I remember correctly, the Jaken does jail, or is plus, if I'm not mistaken. And Don Argus had the most unfortunate timing, getting splatted to the wall like that.
These are the type of opportunities that somehow great players are able to find themselves in, even though things are looking bleak. And Machine Head able to recognize that, completes the combo, takes the round. We're at 1 game apiece, and yeah, like you mentioned, unfortunate for Don Argus that he had to be on the receiving end of such a, what I would describe is a scramble of a final sequence.
It really was a scramble, and now game 3 is looming in the distance. The shadow of defeat is so close to both of these players, but the light of victory is right there, right within reach for both of them. Don Argus thinking about it and analyzing, postulating the possibilities between choosing Eliza, going for the Lydia, or going for the Heihachi. His Heihachi has been super, there's no other words I could think of right now, but super good. Ridiculously good looking, basically.
I mean, he's making Heihachi look triple S tier. He really got the mind games going with Machine Head. And I think he could have definitely taken that second game if it weren't for, a few inopportune moments for him. Again, before that final sequence in the second game, it was pretty much even. Anyone could have taken it. He had Machine Head against the Fusuma wall at one point. He got out of the wall, of that wall situation as well. So he was making really smart decisions. I think Heihachi would still work.
And it really does show that this was such a close match. They're really gonna stick to it. And going back to the bouncy castle, going back to Kinder Gym, the true essence of Don Argus has been unlocked. And let's see where the rabies goes. Are we gonna see Don Argus stay? Are we gonna see Don Argus eat away at Machine Head, or is Geese gonna slap away the rest of the hair off of Heihachi?
Don Argus really needs this win if he wants to stay alive and make it to the playoffs here. Because again, 2 players are going to be eliminated by the end of this 5-day group stage.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness, there's the reversal there for Machinehead was a good attempt. And Don Argus showing off his execution with these Blue Spark Omens, but still do remember, it is -10 in the end. So you can't just throw it out willy-nilly. Hunting Hawks being thrown out here. Machinehead plus frame gets taken away with a down jab. And Don Argus right now throwing small pokes as much as possible.
You're seeing the mindset really of these players. This being the final game, they're trying to be a bit more safe. They're trying to force the other player to make a big mistake. Big mistake there from Machinehead though, as he makes himself vulnerable for Don Argus, and Don Argus takes the first round.
Oh my goodness, this is too much for me to ignore. Is if you look at it, it really is a battle between patience. Like even Don Argus, the one we know who's full of rabies, is just keeping himself patient, but Machinehead misestimates the distance of that, miscalculates, the distance of that wall bounce, and now Don Argus gets to capitalize on it.
And he has a chance to come back here. He is enraged. Oh my goodness, not watching his legs, Machinehead. And Don Argus, what are you going to do? You going to do it again? No! Goes for the mix-up on Oki instead, and the knee closing out. Don Argus 1 round away. Woo!
Oh my god, he does it twice. Oh my god, Don Argus. Once again, the rabies is showing, but it's controlled this time. He shows the foam every now and then, and Machinehead's having a hard time having to see the switch in both offense and defense. But there it is, a big counter hit from Machinehead. This is exactly what he wants, putting Don Argus by the wall. And the oppression session is gonna start here. Oh no, instead Don Argus steals it.
He does not respect the oppression from Machinehead. Finds his hit and looking to close things out, but no, Machinehead! So daring! Goes straight for the max load combo. He does not care about the pressure from Don Argus.
Bakit pa binawi mo pa yung plus frames off of a hit stun and immediately goes for the low sweep? My god, Machinehead, the bravery. But that's the thing, right? Defense is also knowing when to mash your buttons, and that's what Machinehead did. And Don Argus right now reeling, but he's still keeping himself patient, keeping himself compact against the ever so compact Machinehead.
And he has to do that because again, this is the final game. So your mindset really is you have to be extra careful. You can't be too wild here. The rabies gonna have to be treated. Holy cow! Beautiful block there from Don Argus. A maximum punish. And right now, he's looking to closing out. 17 seconds on the clock.
One mix-up, the grab, you're -7, but it doesn't matter. He's throwing, and there it is, the down back 2! Don Argus! Once again, surviving with the skin of his teeth. You could tell that he wanted more out of that, but that's the win you get. And once again, against Icking, against Machinehead. Look how happy he is. He realized what he did.
Of course, and he had so much mileage with that down back too. That is actually one of my favorite moves with Heihachi when I was toying with him circa 2015. But yeah, I think we can hear Don Argus actually. He is so happy. Huge win. 2 points for him up against Machinehead of all players. He's got to be feeling good.
I should have put my stock in Don Argus, but hindsight's 2020. My God, I should have believed. Jim, that was amazing, and really, it showed that it was one of those games that just really went down the wire, as we're gonna see here in the highlights.
And this Heihachi pick, finally putting a win on the board for Don Argus, and what a time for him to do it against Machinehead when he is so down. He is literally 10th place in the standings, and he gets himself 2 points for the day. Could have gotten 3, but you take what you can, and Don Argus can go home happy. But again, this first game, the Heihachi pick was such a surprise.
Absolutely, but we should have expected it, especially against somebody like Machinehead, which Don Argus had at utmost effectiveness with this Heihachi. That was such a beautiful reset using the unblockable, if I remember correctly, or the charge move basically. And honestly, this was crazy stuff from both players. Here in Howard Estate, Don Argus was so close But once again, the last minute scramble here at the very end, right here. Because it's if I remember correctly, there was a lot of pluses that Machinehead was piling up. Don Argus was trying to mash because he had to guess. Once again, 1 HP. You have to guess sooner or later, or you're going to have to mash. And he guessed wrong. But in the end, it was Don Argus just going back here, right here in our Kinder Gym, the one place that he's most known for.
Right, and the down back two again, making great use of that. And I have to mention this, in that second game, not a single Kusuma wall was broken. So both players absolutely playing amazing. But we have to move on to our next match, and this is the match that I have been waiting for. Franchise face-off match, the Battle of the Long Hairs.
Yep. Is it gonna be a la lucha de apuestas where somebody has to cut off their hair after losing? We don't know. But the head-to-head record here is 4-2 in favor of AK. And Jason, on the other hand, our Jaguar Messiah, has been having a hard time. The last time they faced off was in Conference 1 when AK pulled out the Paul for the first time, if I remember correctly, and just went to town. But Jason's Akuma was absolutely scary.
We have seen Jason's Akuma and Jaguars, and he's always really surpassed expectations this entire tournament. He beat Don Argus, if I'm not mistaken, on the final day 2-0, which was really amazing. Jason has really just evolved as a player. Like right after Lost Playbook Esports picked him up, he's shown a tremendous improvement. This young man, how old is he? I think he's not yet. I heard he's not yet 18 or something. I don't know. Like, correct me if I'm wrong.
He joked about it. He said he got younger when we guessed his age was 19. So I'm guessing he's
20,
like
30, 20?
older than 19 at least. So there's
24,
that.
22?
23? Probably 23. But yeah, like LPE's Jason doing real good work here with King, Armor King. His Kunimitsu has also had a lot of mileage, but against his opponent, the king of the first 2 seasons of the Nationals, AK, it's gonna be a total brawl. We don't know what they're gonna go against with each other, since they know how to character bingo, as said by Coach Dojin.
And looking at AK's picks, so I think these are his picks for the entire season 3. He's most successful and has actually been Geese, but his Law has been doing a lot of work recently. Very impressive, really making use of the bicycle kicks, the Hammer of the Gods, mixing things up. Beautiful AK execution there. And I think Jason is playing from Playbook. I know that wall.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, you gotta play at home base, you know, like, and this seems like it is home base, and this is definitely gonna be the battle of the long hairs. Person who loses has to reveal their hair care routine, their true hair care routine, most likely. And aside from that, are we gonna have a lucha de apuestas? Is somebody gonna have to cut off their hair if they lose?
It has to be. It has to happen, right? But I'm not sure if these 2 players are willing to give up their hard work. It's not easy growing long hair, and it's not
really
easy getting to this stage of the Nationals. Again, group stage. Remember that both AK and Jason are tied, 14 points apiece. So whoever wins this edges up just a little bit to try. I forgot who's the next person, but he does build a lead now. And the more points you get, the more you can stave off elimination. I've talked about this in the beginning of the second half. We have to watch these bottom 3 for sure.
Because it's gonna be switching up a lot. It's if any of them get any single point, it just affects the standings so much. And if one of them goes home with absolutely nothing, and it once again affects the entirety of the standings. And right now it's gonna be Kunimitsu versus Akuma right here.
You can't spell Akuma without AK. And AK has been finding a lot of success with Akuma in the international stage. He's currently joining an international circuit here. And look at the picks. I have to, if I may say, that 10% is you.
Let me check. I want to believe too, but like, I'm not entirely sure. I forgot my picks immediately. But here we go. Jason already having a small life lead against AK here. Good punish off of that forced crouch, and now AK is by the wall. One mix-up is gonna do it, and there is no meter, so Akuma can easily be taken away here. But Jason still holding on.
Beautiful walk under there on the flip. And Jason seals round number 1. He had control from the very beginning. So AK looking a bit shaky to start things up. Beautiful crush there on the down 4. And Jason again in control. Oh no!
You gotta be kidding me. DP on wake up? That's just crazy, AK. But right now, Jason is gonna capitalize off of that. But instead, oh my god, down 4? But then AK punishes in return. And Jason might be put to the wall here.
He will be, but is it gonna be enough? Oh my goodness, AK! Going to optimization station. Mamatay ka sa 1,000 utang, but he's still alive.
But Jason's still alive. And there it is, the key charge coming out. At nakikita naman natin na walang utang na di nababayad ni Jason. As AK right now is 0 rounds while Jason has his 2. But Jason once again by the wall, and AK still has meter, so anything can happen here.
AK looking to take control. He cannot afford to lose this first game so quickly. Not looking good at the moment, but he has the life lead and a beautiful duck. Yumuko siya dun, and he punishes accordingly. AK trying to catch up now. It's 2 rounds to 1.
And let's see what's it gonna be. AK now playing a bit more compact, as I say that, he gets caught with a warp blade from afar. But there, Hadouken being thrown out. Jason getting down forward. AK once again going for the teleport, but he's gonna be against the wall. This might not be where you want, but amazingly enough, AK survives with a side switch.
Another big low block coming from AK, going to do as much damage as he can. Dragon Punch Ender. The mind games now just dancing in front of Jason. Jason unfazed, gets hit. But nothing to it. Classic Akuma bread and butter combo. Oh! Wow, that was... Did he miss a punish there?
I'm not entirely sure, but I guess Jason was trying to guess AK's timing there. And once again, it's one of those low health situations. And there, Jason blocks the down 4, gets the perfect punish out of it. And now AK is going to be not against the wall simply because of what the nature of Warp Blade. And immediately goes for the EX Go Shoryu.
I mean, that is an option, but Jason again just going wild. Catching AK with a launcher to close it out. And Jason takes the first game versus his own teammate, AK.
Oh my god. That is exactly how you want to play against AK, as Jason is showing. It really, just really well done placements of spacing, well done placements of his cartwheel kicks, the ones that the launchers basically. I'm trying to remember the name here, or the input. And honestly, aside from that, it really showed that Jason has been evolving and is still currently evolving. That he's taken a game off of his teammate, the one that we call AK.
And I notice here that the draftees are the ones one-upping their fellow mentors here. I don't know what's happening. Are they surpassing the Masters? That it looks like, you know, the franchises have, the way these matches have turned out, have picked the right players. And I think this is really shaking things up in the standings. My goodness, Jason.
And honestly, that we couldn't ask for anything better, because this is great Tekken. And this is basically late game urgency from all of them. They know that it's just 5 days, and anything can happen within 5 days. So you gotta rack up points sooner or later. You have to make sure that you get every single win possible. You could squeeze everything out of your opponents and squeeze all the Tekken you have within you. And now we're going to Island Paradise, AK sticking with the AK Uma. And we're just gonna see how he's gonna adjust here.
Honestly, I think he's been throwing out a lot of from the heart dragon punches, from the heart shoryukens, and I think he's gonna have to get that a little under control, because as a high risk high risk, high punish move. AK's really been giving Jason a lot of opportunities. But this time, Jason finds some opportunities here. AK responding right away.
Oh wow, amazing duck there from Jason, blocking the -18 Tatsu, or was that a duck even? Which is even better, and now AK is already at pixel health. Is a robbery gonna happen from here? The jump in gonna start, but no, Jason with a sidestep.
I mean, the robbery looked really difficult there. AK did not have any meter at that point. He builds his first stick of butter here. Beautiful punish on the fireball. Jason being so on point, getting every punish that he can. And the reads coming from Jason. Getting the launch. Extra damage again. AK. Not good.
Off a dash in too, Jason, and he just dashes out of the wake-up low kick, and now AK is putting Jason by the wall, but Jason mashes out of the equation, and immediately AK capitalizes on that and just gets his first round here.
Another 1,000 utang coming from AK. Second Raging Demon of the set here. But he has to build on that. He has to build on the momentum. He has to be more consistent. But Jason just able to find all these launchers.
Jason's sidesteps have been on point here against AK every single time, but then now AK capitalizing on that singular drop is gonna put him by the wall, and immediately, what a whip punish here from AK. The eyes are activating, and here's the AK we know, but immediately the focus attack does get dropped.
Big drop there for AK that might have ended it for him. The jump back fireball just to try to build space, but again, Jason finding the knee, closing out that round. All these decisions that Jason is making it's all working for him. It's crazy.
The aneurysm punch being thrown out here by AK puts Jason at a little bit of a health disadvantage. But then Jason goes immediately to the launch, back turn stance, crescent moon slice. AK right now having a hard time, but immediately just goes for the back one and immediately to the wall. Because Jason right now might be in trouble. He might be dead from this.
Oh, he still lives. But the jab. AK just forcing the issue with the jabs, getting Jason to stand up. And we're tied at 2 games apiece. Instant air Tatsu. You don't see that often.
That really is one of those.
Oh my
That really
God.
is one of those things. And right now, Jason's just going straight at it, forcing AK to think a little too much. The analysis paralysis might start here, and immediately the wall splat that might even kill.
Oh my goodness. Jason with a 2-0 over AK. That's not really unbelievable, but that is so spectacular. It looked like Jason had AK's number in that set.
Oh, I'm speechless. I should be talking because we need to talk about this, but I'm speechless. Jason just proved the world absolutely wrong with how he did business against AK, as we're gonna see here in the highlights. He just played Kunimitsu so well.
And yeah, I mean, AK's Akuma, right, had a bunch of combo drops here. He did get a lot of hype raging demons in, but Jason was totally unaffected. He looked like he had a complete read on the mix-up game here with AK, finding the launches, getting the lows, sidestepping at the right times. Jason was incredible.
Jason's awareness of the space that he was in and knowing when to basically contest was his bread and butter here. Just knowing AK's timings. Also knowing when AK would dash in. I've noticed every time AK goes for these focus attack dashes and focus attack fake outs, Jason would immediately launch him.
And those launches really paying off. I mean, those are, if you're a beginner player, you love getting those launches because that's where the damage comes from. And Jason made it look almost easy with the amount of launches that he got throughout this entire set. And even though AK was able to tie things at 2 rounds apiece, the final round was just all Jason. He just unleashed the beast and takes a 2-0 win. Wow.
And our Jaguar Messiah gets 3 points out of that. and that's gonna be a big change in the standings there. But our next match is gonna be as exciting as always, as it's gonna be STIE Olympians Hapon versus Smart Omega's Jules.
This is going to be a huge fight for Hapon as he's going up against the leader in the standings in Jules. 5-11 is the record between these two, but it feels like every time they go up against each other, it's always a 50-50.
Absolutely. Since considering everything, they are both defensive specialists, and both of them have a lot of characters up their sleeve, especially Hapon. But right now, Jules is also showing up that he has a lot of that available for him. And the last time they met was in the play-ins, with Jules pulling out the Paul, and Hapon just losing to that Paul so convincingly. But in the end, it was really a matter of who defends against who, basically.
It's when we talk about defense, it's really a back and forth. It's all about getting your opponent to be impatient, to take these risks, because they get anxious because you're not getting any hits in, and the defensive game is so hard. These two do it at such a high level, so impressive.
And Hapon just really great, and we talk about that, and we talk about the iron wall of defense, which is Smart Omega's Jules, and who also plays by the data, who also plays by defense. And this time, he has a lot of other characters up his picking. His Claudio has been doing great. His Bob, not so much, but we already know what kind of terror it can achieve.
Oh, yeah.
And he also pulled out a Huarang, which surprised a lot, but in the end, got him some big wins.
He even pulled out a Devil Giant, which was, a shocker for both of us, because we were the ones who called that match, and it really threw us off. But Jules, again, during the pre-show, we talked about it. He has brought out 11 characters this entire season as compared to 3 or 4 from season 2. And it's really the evolving meta of the game. I'm not sure if this is brought up, but if you look at the players who have bowed out of the tournament, those are 2 characters, specialists in Sidestep Lance and Gold Standard. And the players that are remaining, they have a super... I mean, Gold Standard did have a healthy number of characters up his sleeve, but he always went back to that Leo, right? And given the fact that, there's so many VODs available, right? So many games that you can watch of these players, like scouting is definitely a thing.
Absolutely, and that's why the group stages, the play-ins, you can't really pull out all your best cards. You have to find a way to keep it secret, but at the same time keep it kosher. Keep yourselves at a good amount of points. Keep yourselves dominant if possible, and that's what Jules has been doing. 11 characters, that's crazy.
It is, and it just goes to show the amount of work that Jules put in from the end of season 2. I could only imagine as soon as the group stages for season 2 ended, Jules probably took a little break, but he got right back to work, working on other characters, working with his brother, his coach Pika, and all that training, all that preparation has really paid off for him, and it's bearing so much fruit.
Absolutely, and right now we're gonna see how that training is gonna change him again. Because sure, he did beat Hapon before, but once again, Hapon is one of those guys that has a lot of knowledge of the game, a lot of also defensive options, a lot of character options even, that you're not entirely sure if you're gonna see the same Hapon. You're never gonna see the same Hapon twice. I mean, you're never gonna see him every single day. He's gonna be a very different person. And that's exactly what we're gonna find out here if Jules is fully prepared against that.
And Jules, of course, has been dominating this entire time. Hapon also up there in the leaderboards. Expect this to really shake things up. We talked about it earlier. We talked about it before, actually. Like, determining your rank going into the playoffs is going to be really huge. Ideally, you want to be up top in first place so you can go up against a person with the least winning record, putting yourself in a great position to just go through the playoffs in winner's bracket. And the players have to be building on that now. They have to be thinking okay, this is the group stage. I look at my position. How can I get better? How can I put myself in a favorable position? I've said position so many times.
And
But this
aside
is what
from-
group stage is about.
And aside from that, you talked about that. You talk about how you want to face off against the lower gaining, or how do I say it, point producing opponent. But aside from that, you also want to make sure that you don't run into your teammates a little too early.
True.
How some of these players want to play around the bracket. They want to make sure that both them and their teammates get to a high enough point that they don't run into each other too early. For example, like a good example was Season 1 Conference 1 when Vermilion faced off against Machinehead immediately at the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, that's a big thing that you had to bring up. And you have to consider that in your strategy. And there's just so many factors that you have to consider. It's not as easy as, okay, I'm gonna win this, I'll try not to lose, right? But it's easy to plan but so difficult to execute, especially here dito sa the Nationals.
And right here, ang Eddie ng Pinas pulling out his Eddie against Jules' Feng Wei. The Feng didn't really fare well the last time we saw it, but this wasn't against Hapon. But right now, Hapon using his signature character immediately against Jules. And Jules going for the climbing dragon, puts Hapon immediately to the wall. There's a rewall and a back turn afterwards.
Yeah, that was really brave of Jules to go for the setup instead of continuing on with the wall damage. Really trying to set something up here, trying to condition Hapon this early on. Beautiful movement there from Jules, able to avoid Eddie. But right now, the life is almost exactly the same. Jules with a slight lead. Beautiful catch there from Jules, and he's gonna close it out right here. No! But the local, the Iron Fortress there was not able to close it out. That was actually scary.
The 5 HP buff has been such a blessing for a lot of these players. They did increase the health bar in the recent season of Tekken by 5 HP. That's why most of these combos that you thought would kill wouldn't, and that's what happened there. And now Jules keeping himself kosher once again as Hapon utilizing the beautiful backdash that Eddie has. You don't have a lot of side steps, but you can use your movement in a horizontal sense. But Jules catches him with a sweep.
Beautiful sweep into a conversion here. Jules looking strong, but Hapon immediately wakes up with a jab. Goes straight for the rage drive. Does not go for the mix-up. Beautiful! Huli! Low parry. Hapon with a clutch defensive play.
Beautiful stuff from Hapon, keeping it close as close can be. And immediately Jules trying to go for these back turn mix-ups. You have to be aware that there's so much that Feng can do from these from the back. But now Hapon keeping these pokes down, going for the horizontal movement once again, trying to play footsies against Feng. But you have to make sure that you don't get hit with this climbing dragon. You know, the slash kick coming out. There's the low here from Jules, and Hapon getting chipped away, but he's also chipping away at Jules.
Right, back and forth we go. No break there on the rodeo, and Jules, he does have rage available here. He can make something big happen, but no. Hapon just closes it out.
Amazing stuff here from Hapon, keeping it patient once again. He knows that if he spaces it out, he'd do well, and immediately goes for the rodeo spin as Jules right now looking for options once again, throwing out that back turn. You have to respect that, and Hapon getting a counter hit and a guarantee afterwards as Jules is so close to rage at the Kenpo step coming out.
Big life lead right now for Hapon, looking to close things out. Jules getting a little desperate, being more offensive now, and he has to do that. Time is on his side, but he needs to make something happen. Hapon, the defense here is so strong, and the low close it out.
Goodness gracious, Hapon getting that 1-0 against Jules. Amazing stuff from him, and really keeping it strong against another fellow Iron Wall, another fellow defensive specialist. And his Eddie has never lost a step, never lost a beat.
It feels like Jules' Feng hasn't really worked out so far. He's brought it out twice and he's 0 for 2. He did look pretty good at the start of that game. He even tried to develop, a little bit of a mind game with Hapon, but Hapon was unfazed. So look for Jules to probably go for a character switch. I think the Feng wasn't really cutting it.
And there are a lot of options against Eddie, if I remember. Like, I'm not sure if Jules. I'm sure Jules doesn't play Lily unless I get surprised, because Dojin used that to full effectiveness against Hapon the last time, with the fact that Eddie can't sidestep. You can have we might see the Jin actually. I'm hoping we'd see the Jin. I really do hope that we see the Jin, because that forward 4 will get a lot of mileage against Hapon. We might see the a lot of down forward ones being used after the helicopter. There's a lot of ways for you to catch Hapon once he's in either relax or in the leg helicopter stance. There's so many options here. I'm not sure if I'm being wrong here, but if I remember correctly, I heard that Bob is also a good matchup there.
He could be. I mean, Bob does have. He can definitely match Eddie in terms of his awkward movement, right? Make things a little tricky for Hapon, because Bob has such an unorthodox playstyle. But yeah, definitely, I would love to see a Jin from Jules. He's pulled 11 characters, but a Jin ain't one. And we did see a Jin earlier today from Vermilion. But we have to be treated to the original Jin ng Pinas here. But he might be saving that for playoffs. Let's see who he picks.
Let's see indeed. And immediately goes for the Claudio. That's actually, now that I think about it, it might be a good choice here, simply because of the fact that, if I remember correctly, you can hit relax with a down forward 3-2 or a down forward 3-1, depending. And aside from that, the Ira that is sidesteppable and duckable, the one option gets taken away with the sidestep here, because once again, Eddie can't sidestep. And now Jules with this Claudio, going with a forward 4, but immediately gets swatted out of the air by Hapon.
And if I remember correctly, Jules Claudio is at 100% win rate, so he's putting that on the line right now. Up against Hapon, and Hapon starting off so strong here. No break on that rodeo throw earlier. And right now it looks like Hapon just looking to go slow and steady. As I say that, he immediately launches Jules, and he's going to close out the round.
Quick work from the first round here from Hapon, but Jules still has a lot up his sleeve. Even with Claudio's limited moveset, you have to respect that Starburst, back 3 being used against the relaxed stance. Down back forward 3 being thrown out, and Hapon already getting chipped away into 40% health, disappearing. Back 1 being utilized here. Good keep away tool, especially against a lot of characters. And once again, back 3 is going to be the tool of the game for the relaxed stance.
And beautiful round so far coming from Jules. Has not used the Starburst, but beautiful block there on the low, closing it out. And yeah, Jules not really using the Starburst to his advantage, but probably just using that as a posture tool up against Hapon.
Yep, there's the threat of the Starburst. You have to be fully aware of it, as any character should fear the fact that Claudio has free launchers and a free plus frame available to his choosing. And right now, Hapon keeping himself aggressive. There is no Starburst. Helicopter stance being used. And once again, back 1 here from Jules. Hapon trying to relax. He does know he has the life lead. Good punish off of that FF2 1+2. And now Jules has to look for an opening here. And the Ira is going to be the first thing to open up.
Right, the Ira has been Jules' way of getting that Starburst, not utilizing it just yet. Posturing here with 15 seconds. There it is, the shoe shine launch. But he drops the combo. That was huge. And here comes Hapon. He can close this out.
And that was... Jules was probably going for an FF4 after that laglag barya, but instead you saw Jules actually getting the counter hit off the back 3-3 there. But yes, what he tried to do there was actually an FF4, because that's the optimal, and you know, Jules would never shy away from the optimal. But instead it was a while rising 4, but now Hapon is going to be in a world of hurt. He's by the wall, and I don't think there's a get out jail free card here.
And just absolute aggression coming from Jules, are not giving Hapon a single chance to get out. Backdashing to avoid Eddie's Eddie's attack and getting in. That was just beautiful spacing using the wall to his full advantage.
Once again, poking game is going to be the name of the game here. Both, oh my goodness, no punish off of that DF2 here from Jules. And, oh, what a whip punish off of that sidestep 3+4. Sees it, fully aware, and he knows it's not going to be by the wall, so he uses to go for Starburst instead. And now, Hapon is in trouble. The wall, once again, his enemy plus frame being used. You got to punish that, Hapon.
No punish there, and Jules has been given this golden opportunity to close out the game. 18 seconds left. One move is all he needs. Hapon desperately trying to make a comeback here. Spends the rage drive. Trying to be a little bit tricky, but Jules just holding on, bringing out that defense at the best time possible, closing the game.
One sneeze away was Hapon, and he was so close to making a comeback with all the tricky mix-ups that Eddie has. But Jules, once again, keeping himself patient, keeping himself as stoic as possible. The dash_dash emoji here being fully utilized by Jules, keeping himself calm.
Yeah, and of course for those watching from One Sports Plus and One Sports via Signal TV, we are live on the Nationals Facebook page, and we do have live comments happening. And I have to say, yeah, now that you mentioned that, if you do type the dash_dash, that's Jules' face. That's Jules' game face. Just so serious, just so focused. And the Claudio still undefeated, 100% win rate, but that is still on the line going into this game 3. Honestly, I think Hapon should still stick with the Eddie.
It seems so. He did have a lot of mileage off of it. He just had a lot of the moments where Jules did press was at moments where he thought he could contest, and this is where the mix-up city comes in, right? With Eddie, you have a lot of you have stances available in your helm. You are a tricky character, period, and you will want to overwhelm Jules, and Hapon has been doing that. Hapon has been doing that really well. But once again, I think it's going to be an infinite stage instead, considering the fact that, once again, Eddie loves movement.
Oh, yeah.
And we might see him go for that infinite backdash.
He does. Beautiful call out there. Infinite Azure is our destination. Going to stick with the Eddie. His Eddie was very strong. But Jules, a little bit sharper there. We did see him with punish with that patented Claudio hop kick. Still pretty good. Still pretty good hop kick.
Round 1.
The range on hop kick is insane. That's why people love to complain about it. But that's once again because of how limited Claudio's moveset is. That's why he has a lot of extra range off of certain things. And there it is, the wall rising 2 being utilized and going for the maximum combo here is Jules. Wow, jab into instant running 2.
I mean, that Ira bought him a ticket to optimization station. Not gonna drop off at Guadalupe. He's going all the way.
And immediately Hapon right now is at half health, but once again, you can see how he loves this backdash that Eddie has, and how Infinite Azure does give a lot of payoff. And immediately, the rising elbow does catch Jules off of a counter hit, and this one more mix-up Hapon needs.
And the mix-up closes it out for Hapon. This infinite stage working to Hapon's advantage here. Jules going to have to make something happen if he does not want to lose this round.
And immediately catching Hapon off the air using that back 3. This back 3 digs deep, and Jules is utilizing it against the relax, against the helicopter stance, against a lot of Hapon's mix-ups. And now Hapon at half health, Jules keeping himself patient. Back 3 once again utilized against the relax.
Hapon finding it difficult to get a hit on Jules. The defense now, I mean, when you're a defensive player and you have this life lead, this is where it's full advantage, but Jules completes the string, uses the starburst, but does not complete the combo. That might give Hapon the chance here. Time is running out on his side. Relax to get up. And the Hapon doing everything possible, but there it is again. Is that the back 3 you were talking about?
Yep, that one. The knee right there. That back 3 is beautiful. It digs deep. It is +7 on hit, and it does catch off of side steps. And Honestly,
Whoa.
it's gonna be a hard. It's gonna be a hard match. Wow, low parry at -7 is Jules. The man's going crazy right now. He knows Hapon was gonna press at that turn, and that's once again defense is knowing about when to steal turns after blocking.
And of course, you know, these players have been playing so much. Jules just has that read, that knowledge of Hapon's rhythm here, but Hapon now almost immediately going to take the life lead. As I say that, the combo drops here, but the damage has been done. Here we go, the mix-up coming from Jules. The break from Hapon, anyone's game. 15 seconds left. Oh, no break!
The same grab being thrown out after the plus frame. Hapon was forced to guess, and he wasn't sure if Jules was gonna go for that forward grab, and immediately Jules gets punished for that while rising too. Hapon right now looking for an opening. Plus frame being utilized, trying to duck, gets caught with an orbital, but thank goodness the orbital is only launching on counter hit.
That was not in orbit, just in the stratosphere kick. Oh, speaking of stratosphere, Hapon launches Jules into the stratosphere, reset damage right there. And the Ira, just raw Ira, activates, does not complete the shoe shine there. Goes for the break again. And the Hapon now looking to tie things up, or looking to bring things to a double Luigi.
Looking for that double Luigi is Hapon, as you said. And there, slide coming out. There's the mid mix-up afterwards. There's the rage drive, sidestep 4. You're back to 0. What's it gonna be? Jab it out, says Hapon. That's a good safe choice. And Jules tried to think he's gonna go for a low. I'm gonna throw the orbital, but it wasn't the case. And now Hapon looking for openings here. And Jules right now is looking for his own. And immediately Hapon goes for the rodeo spin. There is a break, but the back one catches him.
Beautiful back one coming from Jules, able to activate Starburst now. The big whiff, but no punish right there. Jules, oh my goodness, Hapon finding the launch, not dropping the combo this time. Going for the mix-up here. Back 3 again, just getting him out of the stance.
What's it gonna be? Hapon, there's the running 2 being utilized, and Laglag Barya is using. Laglag Barya, I mean, you gets fully utilized. Man, my pronunciation sucks, but it doesn't matter, because right now, Hapon and Jules just duking it out. There's rage still available for Hapon. DF2 being punished finally this time, but there's the. Oh my god, that was a very dangerous whiff. What's it gonna be?
Oh, the block there, but Hapon immediately answers. You can hear him screaming in the background. He does not believe it, but Jules, stone face, dash_dash, unaffected by that loss. But Hapon, you can see the emotion from him.
The man is elated. That is a win against currently the most dominant player in our tournament right now, in this league right now, in the Pro League, I mean.
Okay, I was a little wrong. The camera from Jules was actually delayed, so we saw his reaction here. It's like, oh. So even Jules is human. But let's look back on that titanic clash between Hapon and Jules. What a match it was. Went down to double Luigi. But we have to look back and say, was the Feng Wei a mistake from Jules?
In the end, we don't know what goes through these players' minds, and honestly, the Feng Wei in his head during that time was not the wrong way, but Hapon really just kept on at it, and Jules trying to make this Feng work, but in the end it didn't. So like he's going back to his Claudio, and really made good work against Hapon. The back threes were fully utilized against him.
You can really tell that Jules had a game plan with this Claudio. So much mileage from that back three. Beautiful whiff punishing, the posturing with the starburst. But Hapon just finding the momentum that he needed here in this final game. Jules could have taken it in this round here, but just the wrong read in that situation. And I think that's what's important actually when you start to observe that your opponent has this read on you. That's when you change things up, and that's exactly what Hapon did.
Yep, exactly. And really, the infinite stage is another thing that really gets fully utilized by Eddie, and Hapon just gets it. And congratulations to Hapon for getting his 2 points. But his fight is not over yet.
Nope.
Because he's going to have to face off against Lost Auto Group Playbook Esports AK.
And this is a big match, not just for Hapon, but for AK as well, because he is sitting, if I'm not mistaken, he lost to Jason 2-0, so he hasn't gained a single point today. And he needs to find a way to climb up the standings, because currently, with Jason's victory, AK is sitting in 9th place, and he needs these points to go back up.
He really does, but the last time they faced off against each other was in play-in day 2, and AK using that law to his advantage, really capitalizing on this character, getting so much mileage. But Hapon kept it close. He kept it absolutely close with the Geese. But let's not forget that this is going to be a complete change in scenery now. We don't know what they're going to pull out. We don't know if Hapon is going to stay with the Geese, if AK is going to go with someone else. But Hapon's Eddie has been his greatest love and joy. But he does have a Leroy available should he choose to use it. He does have a Geese should he choose to use it.
Hapon has just been so dynamic this season with his character picks. Of course, Leroy being having that unblemished record. Will he bring it out this time? Because I was wondering if he would bring him out last time he would face AK. But talking about AK here, coming off a loss against his teammate, the Akuma just hasn't worked out for him this season. But knowing AK, he never gives up on his characters.
Mm-hmm. He never does. And if this Akuma, if he's gonna check if this Akuma's gonna work, it should be now. But he does have a lot available here. His Law, 11 picks. You saw how well he can utilize it. It has been his OG character since the Tag 2 days, along with All, which, by the way, please, AK, please pick All. But aside from that, he also has that Geese that's just waiting in the bushes, waiting to strike out and come out as a goose honking at you with that Eagle Claw.
That is true. I mean, both these players have very formidable Geese in their pockets. The last time we did see in the replay, AK did come out on top in that Geese to Geese mirror. So you should expect that Hapon probably has been making, those mental notes if ever he does face the mirror match again. But I feel like Hapon, he's been taking every match seriously. I think he's going to go for Eddie this time. He really wants to solidify his spot in the rankings. AK, I think he wants to make the Akuma work. I think he's going to pick Akuma here.
That's a very good assessment, and honestly, I think the same. But I feel like if anything, Hapon might pull out the Geese again. He might even pull out, if I remember correctly, he did have a Noctis back in the previous seasons, and he might surprise us with that. He does have his Leroy that's just waiting in the wings, waiting to be pulled out again. His darkest chest, basically, the Pandora's box is right there. He could just open it up, pick the Leroy. And right now, AK slowly coming into frame as Hapon's getting himself ready, and AK plugging in his stick. You can really tell the action there as he's also getting himself pumped here.
Yeah, AK is definitely he's definitely in a, what I would say, I think this is an urgency mode for him right there. He has to play with a sense of urgency, knowing that he is currently second to the last in terms of points. Don Argus, of course, getting those 2 points earlier puts him at 12. AK stuck at 14, while Jason has moved up with 16 points. So AK, either he has to come up with a win to get 3 points, or just eke out and get 2 points. And I think's up again with Jason.
Yep, absolutely. And you gotta find these openings sooner or later, or else they're gonna bite you in the butt in the future. And right now, AK is looking as vulnerable as ever, especially now. But we all know that he can find, knowing AK, knowing his history, he always finds a way to face off against adversity. And he can, if he just plays his best, and he will always play his best, he can and will reach the playoffs. But not if Hapon says anything about it. And this is going to be a real important match for the two of them, for Hapon to get a better spot, for AK to get basically a more secure spot. And this is going to become a really dirty scramble at the start, but let's see what they're going to do.
You can only speculate as to which characters these two would bring out, and personally I'm excited to see how that goes. It's always it's always a game of rock paper scissors when it comes to picking the characters, especially as seeing how these players evolve. They've added so many more characters to the roster. AK no longer just using Shaheen. He brought in the Geese. He's brought back the Law. He could bring out a surprise Paul. I don't think has he brought out Paul this season yet.
No, I think he stayed to his. Group of characters. He mentioned Law. He mentioned Geese. But he didn't mention the Panda. So there might still be a chance. I'm really hoping that you pick Paul, please, AK, please. But anyways, like the thing is, like, it really does boil down to what he feels should work, right? He likes to stick to that. He likes to stick to Akuma simply because he did feel that it worked, and we might see him stick with it again, unless Hapon challenges that Akuma dominance that he had before.
AK is always a player who is in touch with his feels. He's a feel player, and he did mention in his interview that he does not know frames, and he really plays off of experience. Like, he knows, okay, this is a move I can punish with 1-2, with a Wild Rising 4, with a launch, right? All of that is just his pure instinct as a player. And honestly, I feel like he is learning the frames. I'm trying to dissect, right, what AK is going through right now this season, and I think he's probably learning the frames from Dojin, and he's still really trying to incorporate that in his game. And usually when you try to incorporate a new facet, it does you do struggle sometimes.
Oh wow, I was wrong on both fronts. It doesn't seem like it's gonna be the Akuma or the Geese. It's gonna be Hapon with the Fakumram and AK with the martial law. And now these long legs versus the practitioner of Jet Kundo. Muay Thai versus Jet Kundo. Let's see who's gonna be at it. As we're gonna go to Jungle Outpost, there is a balcony break. It's a pretty small stage, and this matchup is gonna get crazy.
Are those nunchucks legal? But apparently, Law not gonna use that. So let's see if AK is going to wreak havoc here in this round. But of course, Fakumram, another character known to just dominate and oppress with his normals and strings.
That Dragon Cannon, Hapon tried to punish it, but he was a little too far. The forward 3+4 grab here from AK being broken here by Hapon. Fully aware of what's gonna happen there, and while utilizing the big moves that Fakumram has, AK right now knowing when to duck. The Dragon Hammer being thrown out. The jump in from Hapon, an empty jump. 3D game. What are we doing here, boys?
I mean, we're going back to old school Tekken 1, the jump in ground punch, or I don't know. But right now, AK really holding his own up against the Fakumram pressure, and a beautiful sidestep sidewall does save Hapon and the trickiness here. Oh my goodness! That banger of a rage drive out of nowhere, just stopping us in our tracks.
And immediately, AK is on the back foot. Hapon right now looking for an opening, but AK is already at 50% health. It really does seem like Hapon knows AK's number right now, but there it is, flip kick being blocked, and what's going to be the punish after that?
Nothing there so far, but AK now regaining the life lead here. Beautiful defense versus the Fakumram. Normals, legend kick again. Nice little duck there from Hapon, fighting up against this wall. Here we go. He gets the launch and the balcony break. How far are we going? We're going all the way.
Ooh, it seems like the round goes to AK here, and it really does seem like it's going to be a back and forth between the two of them right now.
And going on here, it is Hapon now imposing right now on AK. He has him up against the wall. The beautiful magic 4 here coming from AK. Trying to threaten a wall break, but he's not going to get anything. That is a beautiful break from Hapon. The slide mix-up, and AK is able to go up 2 rounds to 1 against Hapon, up against his very oppressive Fakumram. I am so impressed! The parry into the legend kick. Low high moments right there. Coming from AK. Hapon trying to fight out, but here comes the full crouch mix-ups from AK. Hapon now able to fight out. AK though stealing his turn back, and not a single move has landed for Hapon. AK seems to be in complete control, but just as I say that, The launch from Hapon here, a very, very much needed launch. AK trying to go for that Law Godfist again, does not get it. Hapon denies AK any possible momentum here. And we are now tied at 2 rounds apiece between these two. AK needs a win here. He has not won a single game today. He needs to go up in the standings. Looking pretty strong. I am so impressed with how AK is performing right now against this Facom ROM. I have not seen any player just go so fearlessly. And there it is again, making it look easy with that launcher.
And looks like AK might be getting it, and oh my goodness! Trying to launch off of a down back 3 was Hapon, but that was the wrong punish there, and immediately gets caught by AK's punish of his own. And really, that was really good stuff there from AK, keeping himself patient, even at such a strong start from Hapon. He really faced off against adversity. As we said before, he knows the feel. And his feel is basically he wants to win.
And I think AK has now just unlocked another level with this game. In that first round, I think he had pretty good control of it. Unfortunately, he had to eat that rage drive from Hapon. But AK knew that his game plan was correct. He was going up against all of the Facom RAM strings. I don't think Hapon was able to get a big counter hit. If I'm not mistaken, AK just played the stand-up game so godly. I feel like this is the AK we've been waiting for.
Yep, absolutely. And right now, if there's a time to activate, it should be now. And AK historically can get dominant as should he choose to, or should the game go into his favor. And that momentum that AK builds up becomes really, really dangerous. It becomes one of the most dangerous weapons known to man. It is legitimately banned in 50 states, the way he builds that momentum.
And this is the scary thing about AK, right? During that game, he just got so many good reads. The DF2s look absolutely like I can't find the word, but he made it look so amazing, like the best move in the game, basically.
Yep, like basically turned Law's DF2 into a Godfist. And let's see if he can utilize that again, because Hapon is obviously gonna adjust from here. And there were every now and then like a single Dragon Hammer or two here from AK, but not really fully utilizing that certain plus frame. But there, once again, the DF2 being thrown out, and immediately after the block throws a parry. The man's feeling himself, and that momentum is gonna build up once again. But Hapon trying to stop that momentum, but once again he gets parried.
That was so beautiful from AK, and we showed a graphic about these two. They have 8 years of tournament experience together, of facing each other in tournament matches. And if we talk about the saying, these two know each other very well, these two literally have known each other for 8 years. And we are seeing these two play on that familiarity right now.
Dragon Hammer being utilized once again here from AK. And okay, a single mix-up can do. And throws!
Charge that!
Presses a button on plus, tries to steal that turn. World Star is going to be the name of the game here for AK. And after that is the key charge. Another parry! Hapon keeps falling for these like candy!
I mean, it's like giving candy to a baby to mix up that saying, and AK absolutely feeling himself. He knows that he has a read on Hapon. I mean, we talked about understanding your players' rhythm, getting a feel of what they like to do, but Hapon now really changing things up. First big counter hit for him here. Can he build on this momentum? Get out, combo ender.
Oh my goodness, AK pressing a billion buttons against Hapon. No fear! Oh my god! AK does it again! And this time, it's gonna be the Rage Art after.
This will probably not kill, but this will give him an amazing life lead, and given how AK has had a read on Hapon all this time, he might be able to close it out. Yes, he does.
AK with the end there, 2-0 against Hapon, pressing so many buttons, overwhelming Hapon. I don't think Hapon expected that. I don't think Hapon expected AK to just go at it, activate the rabies that we know everyone else for, like, or basically Don Argus for. AK had that, a little bit of that there.
That was it. Look at how smug AK is right now. He is so happy with that win. And I remember AK told me at the start of this season he just wants to make people happy, and he did that right there. Let's look at that again.
And really, AK just full knowledge of law being thrown here against somebody like Hapon, somebody as patient as Hapon. He overwhelmed him with amazing offense, like left, right, and center.
I mean, literally, naghahasik siya ng lagim at mas lalo nakakatakot dahil color yellow ang law niya.
Oh my goodness. It really seemed like AK was feeling himself a little too much, but that was the game plan. Just play by feel, because look at this. The way AK went, it looked so unsafe, but he knew every single second of what he was doing. On the pedal to the metal, there was nothing safe against Hapon.
And I mean, if you look at just how everything turned out here, this AK pushing buttons, doing that as if it had invincibility frames, no fear. He had the read, he knew the rhythm, and it just played out. Like, this was a comeback, and comebacks in Tekken 7 are so hard to pull off, and AK just did it right there.
Especially against high-level players, and AK shows why he's in the Nationals, shows why he was champion for 2 seasons straight. Not only that, in season 1, 3 whole conferences. Right. Season 2, the entire season was his. And right now, he's looking to get back into that form of dominance, into that AK that we knew and feared before.
I feel like AK right now is in a cocoon, right? Evolution has been our theme for this season of the Nationals, and I feel like that cocoon has cracked open, and we are going to see an AK like we have never seen before.
And really, it saddens me that this is gonna be our last fight for the day, and we're gonna go for a short break, but we do have a post show available for all of you. But before that, for everyone out there, if you haven't seen the Nationals today, tune into the Nationals on TV. Catch the replays of the matches on One Sports and One Sports Plus via Signal TV the day after at 4 p.m. We're gonna go on a short break. We'll be easing you into the post show. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been Ernest Yarafika Bizon. Here with me is Doc Jimmy. We'll be right back.
welcome back to the Nationals post-show. And yes, guys, tulad ng sabi ko sa inyo, hindi ko kayo iiwan. Nandito lang ako sa aking upuan. Again, my name is Laika Mea, your panel host for the evening. And kasama natin ngayon si Young Rafiki at si Doc Jimmy. Ay, mukha lang kaming masaya ngayon, guys. Pero malungkot talaga kami knowing how the prediction for the talents will turn out today. So, yeah, we're just trying to keep it inside, but we are dreading the results later on. But we are not alone. Somebody that makes us happy right now is actually our guest, none other than Smart Omega Jules. So, Jules, welcome on the show. Congratulations on being the top one right now. Grabe, Jules.
Thank you.
We have to talk about this. We always refer to you as evolved or evolving. Kasi talaga naman ang laki ng difference ng performance mo from Season 2 to Season 3. Napakaganda. So what has been going on? What did you do differently? Like, what has changed since Season 2?
Well, originally from Season 2, I didn't really have much experience with this platform, which is online. So I really had to dig deep and just get used to this. And in terms of evolving, I just literally, spammed games, hit the lab more, and me and Coach Pika actually had a lot of struggles during that process of, trying to learn and approach things differently. So it was a roller coaster ride, but I guess it's working fine now.
Very interesting pag nakakita namin yung character pools na meron ka. We're always intrigued on who is Jules gonna pick next rather. So very interesting every match na nakakita namin sa'yo. But I gotta ask you, are you pressured being at the top right now?
Interesting. To be honest, not really, because I don't really feel like, well, at least for the moment, don't really feel like there should be any pressure on my end since I am on top, and at the same time it's a way to boost my performance even more than it already is. So yeah, I take it as motivation to try and stay here.
I'm gonna be very excited to see your matches from here on. And gustong-gusto ko kasing malaman paano nga ba magsistay on top si Jules. But for now, I'll leave the casters one question each to ask you. So, mauna ka na, Young Rafiki.
Okay, it seems like you've been playing so many characters, Jules. I think mga 11, if I remember correctly. And was this part of the plan since the very beginning, or has Machinehead influenced your picks and knowledge, or yan talaga yung meta ng Season 3 approach mo?
Honestly, this was originally supposed to be what I was doing back in Season 2, but like I said, I did struggle a lot during that time, and so I couldn't really pull this off during that time. And now, since I'm feeling a lot more comfortable with the setting, that's why I'm starting to let it rain and just use and try to diversify my character pool. And to be fair, yes, Machinehead did help with his chosen character pool, because he's a very great sparring partner to be with. He's a great teammate. So we have a lot of insights. We share how we approach different things, and we learn a lot from each other. So that is a big bonus for the both of us.
What about you, Doc Jimmy? May matatanong ka ba sa ating bisita ngayon?
Actually, may dalawang tanong ako, pero I only have to choose one. So I want Jules to answer as honestly as possible. I want him to say to the people the exact words that he said to me before this broadcast went live. Jules, you brought out Feng twice. He's lost both times. What's with the Feng pick?
For the lulz. Feng is for the lulz. Yeah, but I enjoy using Feng.
Yes. I think I can read Doc Jimmy's mind. I think we can all agree that this was the other question that he wanted to ask you, Jules. When are we gonna see Jin?
Oh, perfect.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I don't know. He's benched for the time being, but I guess we'll see soon enough. He's just out there training and getting experience. And we'll see. We'll see
We
where
will see.
he'll be up to.
Okay, Jules. I have one last question to ask of you. Actually, more of a challenge, but I want you to say a short message to your supporters, but mute challenge style din. Pahulain natin yung mga supporters mo kung anong sinasabi mo. So go ahead, Jules.
Okay. This is pretty tough, but let's try.
Alam ko lang yung una, thank you. Next time na nating hulaan kung ano yung sinasabi ni Jules.
Okay.
But again, congratulations, Jules, and thank you so much for joining us on the show. We wish you the best of luck on your journey and keep on evolving. Doc Jimmy, young Rafiki.
Oh no!
It's been
Is it
quite a
the-
day.
is it-
Not yet.
is it
Not
that time?
quite yet.
Okay.
Let's do a quick recap of how the day has been so far. I mean, it's been incredibly scary kasi nga franchise face-off day. So, nagharap-harap na yung mga teammates, mga sparring partners nila, nakalaban nila in the tournament setting. So, ang dami nangyari. Unang-una sa lahat, Kunicat. It was a big surprise. I'm pretty sure for all of us in the talent pool, na-surprise na tayo sa results na yon kasi we saw the predictions come out as well. Pero what I'd like to say about that is that Vermilion, Kunicat is definitely not a scrubby kid anymore. I mean, the results of that match was pretty amazing. And I gotta ask you guys, young Rafiki, what is it about franchise face-off day that brings the Lydias out?
Well, for one, it's a new character that it's hard to really guess what you can do with them. And another is just fact of the matter is you have so much with Lydia. She's just a strong character in general, and like you gotta find a time, a place to pull her out. And franchise face-off days, it just seems like the perfect time for a lot of these players.
It's gonna be, I don't know how to explain it, but it's been a very emotion-filled day because I like that the underdogs are stepping up, but I'm sad that my predictions have been going south. But let's actually take a look at the standings right now, what has been going on throughout the day. So over here, we see Jules at the top, 1 point leading over Maru. Doc Jimmy, what can you say about the points that we have right here? We have a three-way tie for 20 points between Coffee Prince, Hapon, and Machinehead.
I think being in the top half of the standings is really big because when you're at the top half, you can kind of play around with your points. And of course, when you're in the top half, you're going to be facing players who have the lower win ratio. So puts you in a great position. And I think this three-way battle, or at least let's say top three, because I think top 1, 2, 3, they have quite the advantage in terms of win-loss ratio, right? Because 4 faces 5, so there's not much of a difference there. But this is going to be aside from the bottom 3 race that we're looking at, the race for top 3 I think is going to be big.
When you talk about the advantage here, you know what I think about? What Jules said earlier, for the lulz. For the lulz, you have the advantage of playing for the lulz. But let's take a look at the other half of the standings and see how it's turned out so far. So, you know, young Rafiki, we saw that big smile on AK's face earlier. What can you say about AK's performance today?
AK's performance is, as we could truthfully told, is a little iffy. And that smile is a smile of relief, making sure that he does get the points he gets. But right now, it's crunch time. From here on out, the second half, the group stage is much more serious than it was in the play-ins, considering the fact na this is the road to top 8. Kailangan talaga na makakuha kayo ng points no matter what. Win as much as possible. And this is what's gonna happen from all of these players. The biggest struggle is actually the three-way tie here, along with Don Argus, the three-way tie for the bottom 4. Kunicat, Jas, and AK. A single shift in that point advantage can change everything. Everything.
That's mind-blowing when you think about it. But we're gonna have to wait and see how things will turn out, because again, I got a 50-50 score in the play-ins prediction standings, and based on what has been happening so far today, I can already tell that it's not as great either. And like, it's always anyone's game at the end of the day. Like, these players are here to play, are here to win, and they like to prove us wrong, apparently. So let's actually take a look at what is going to be happening for the next tournament day. As we can see over here, here is the first half. We've got Signal Ultra Warrior Vermilion versus Don Argus for the first match. Doc Jimmy, what can you say about this half? Is there any match that you'd like to see?
I think the biggest thing in this first half is you have the three, two of the three players who are actually tied with 17 points. So there's Jasen and Kunicat. These matches will be huge for them. They're technically tied for 9th place, and this day is going to be huge for them. So yeah, the Jasen and Kunicat matches.
Oh, that's definitely going to be a shift in the standings when you think about it, because, you know, we only have a few days of the group stages, and how you play every single day will definitely affect the turnout of the results and everything. But let's move on to the second half. Let's take a look at what's going to be happening here. Young Rafiki, any matches that you're looking forward to see here?
I'm looking at these AK matches because, truth be told, once again, like the Kunicat and these AK matches, super important matches here in our second half, especially for both of them. They have the same amount of points, and these are incredibly hard opponents. Coffee Prince, Machinehead, Jules. These are guys at the top half of the standings right now, and you don't want to give a single advantage to them, because you want to scrape by for points. You want not even scrape by. You need to dominate every single match that you get, and this is urgency at its finest here. And Kunicat and AK, we know them. They perform under pressure really well.
Oh,
I like
and there's
how you
actually
said
one
dominate.
thing.
Yes?
Yeah, sorry about that. There's one thing I
Sorry.
really want to bring up. This is the perfect opportune time for SMO to put a nail in AK's plans to make it out of the bottom two.
Oo nga. It's gonna be an SMO day for AK. So we're gonna have to wait and see how that's gonna turn out. Pero yun nga, ang ganda na sinabi mo kanina, Young Rafiki, you have to dominate. Andun na tayo sa point na ang hirap kapag 2 points lang yung nakukuha mo. Maganda talaga pag mas mataas, diba? So, grabe talaga dito. I do have a question. I don't know if my observation is correct, pero parang nagsistray away tayo sa character loyalty recently. Doc Jimmy, would you agree? Is it something that you've noticed as well, or do you disagree?
I have to agree, and I think the players are 100% aware of it. We spoke about this off camera. When you have a stage like the Nationals, there's so much resources, right? So many VODs for people to watch. If you just stick to one character, they can easily study you. They can easily pick up on what you like to do. And if you don't adapt to the environment, because this is not just a regular tournament double elimination thing. This is a 10-day season plus playoffs. And you have to find a way to hide your best character or make your other characters work. So I think for this kind of environment, having multiple characters is very, very important.
Para sa'yo, Young Rafiki, ano naman yung reaction mo na nag-broaden na yung character pool ng mga players natin dito?
This is a good look. This is a good look because you get to diversify your pool. You get to, as Doc said, the VODs will be much more confusing for your opponents because you get to review these tapes, you notice these tendencies, but you realize this is not the same character. It's what happened. It's what happened to even Don Argus back in Challenger Series 1 when Kunicat pulled out the Marduk the first time. He did not expect it and paid for it dearly. And now we're gonna see that kind of same principle happen in a much larger scale dito sa group stages natin. And we're already seeing the benefits of it. Jules having his litmus tests with Feng having you see Don Argus pulling out the Lydia, and it absolutely almost took out Coffee Prince for a ride, and his Heihachi is looking much better than his Eliza simply because of that surprise factor.
Oof. Ang ganda talaga ng mga surprise factors no? Pero ito na rin, casters. Surprise! It's time to find out the prediction standings. Cover spaces. Okay, so as we can see here, Mika Fabella and Eliza Taylor still in the lead. Pero medyo malaki na yung gap nila. And we have Horukun, Poch Spice, Doc Jimmy, you made it to the first half of the talents over here. Congratulations. Sana all.
0 wins, gang. Let's go.
Tingnan natin yung second half. Grabe. Mika, Eliza, baka naman. Young Rafiki, we have to hold on. We have to handle.
We can't. It's so hard.
It's so difficult.
It's so hard. These players are so good.
So for those
I've been flipping
watching,
coins.
yeah, exactly. So for those watching, I was able to talk to Poch Spice earlier, and I told him, you know, some days it gets really difficult to predict these things or to choose a player to go to side with for that specific match. That I just pick at random sometimes because I feel like if I think too much about it, magkakamali ako. And then Poch was like, actually, I just flip a coin sometimes when it gets really hard. I'm like, okay, that's a good idea. Maybe I should flip a coin every now and then. Malay natin, di ba? Leave it up to fate. Kasi these players are always so full of surprises. Well, I'm out of words.
0 wins,
Look
gang.
at, you can see the reactions on our faces. We're not necessarily happy or proud about the predictions that we've been having lately, especially the 100% predictions. Sa lahat kami nagkakamali. So it's been one hell of a ride over here for the talent predictions. But we do have a comment of the day, and I want to show you guys what this is all about. So let's take a look at this. According to Zop Juan Gabriel is, Maru, magtatayo ng bandera ng Bren sa group stage. Hindi niya kasama si partner sidestep LAN. Aww. Pero maganda rin naman yung performance kanina ni Maru. Actually, nakaka-surprise mga yung matchup niya kanina kay Vermilion because he used the Julia and the Kunimitsu, remember? So, I think a lot of the people were expecting Vermilion to perform better, lalo na kasi nga si Coach Nature Lover, Julia Main, di ba? Pero ang galing din ang ginawa ni Maru kanina, so na-surprise tayong lahat. And yung prediction sa surprise din. Laughs nervously. Pero ayun guys, thank you so much Doc Jimmy and Young Rafiki. Thank you so much to our viewers out there. I hope you guys enjoyed today's franchise face-off and all of the surprising events that have occurred. We will see you guys in the next show of the Nationals. But for tonight, this has been Laika Mea, your panel host, and PGWP.